We are live. Now we're live. Hi, everybody, and welcome to part 2 of Hold Me Forever in Every Sun, a game using the Follow Me Down system, which follows the story and myth of Orpheus and Eurydice. The game was written by Joey Martin and published by Drowning Moon Studios. If you want, you can put exclamation mark FMD, and that'll bring you to the websites if you want a little bit learn a little bit more.
Words.
As you already saw in the intro video, we are raising money for Project Hope to raise money for Ukraine and Ukraine relief. If you want to learn more information, please go to !charity. And if you want to donate, !donate to the Tiltify. This game does not have any incentives or anything, but if you want to go impact the game on Sunday of a game of Paranoia, please do so. I'm Mare. I use they, she pronouns, and I will be playing the Eurydice book, who is going to be played with Kiran, who uses they, them pronouns. See, I got through it. Val, it's your turn.
You got through it. You did it. We all did it. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the part 2 of our game of Follow Me Down. We really appreciate y'all being here. I'll introduce myself. My name is Valiant Dorian. I use him, his pronouns. Wow, I can't say words either.
Right? We got to get it all out now.
Damn. TTRPG performer, GM, writer, Twitch variety streamer. You can find me all around internet at Valiant Dorian or at AutoSpearbear. Please enjoy that treasure I just sent you on. And tonight I have the distinct pleasure of playing Ishmael, who is our Eurydice and uses he, they pronouns. And I will also be playing the Fates.
Oh, me too.
Which is kind of like the GM. Yeah, we take turns. That's the whole point of Follow Me Down. We take turns GMing.
And hurting each other.
We both have prep notes.
Yeah, I've got one. This is my book 8 prep notes. You can't really see it, but that's okay, because Val shouldn't be able
Mine's
to read
digital. Yeah, mine's digital, so.
No. If I don't physically write them down, I'm not going to remember shit.
Fair.
Oh, we also need to talk about content warnings before we get started.
Yes.
So Follow Me Down follows a lot of heavy topics such as grief and loss, but some other our game specific content warnings will include death, loss and grief, depression, abusive family dynamics, complex and complicated relationships, body horror. That was added this week, by the way. And depictions of violence. Val and I are...
You're saying that like the special like buy one get one free option, like a special limited edition content warning this week is body horror.
And I know at least a couple more of those are going to show up. I know at least on my end the abusive family dynamics are not gone. So we got more this week. Val and I are using safety tools before, after, during the game. So if the game gets a little too intense and you need to take a break, please do so. Your safety is important. Am I missing anything?
I don't think so. I think you've covered it all perfectly,
I think so too. That means I'm going to hand everything over to you for the fate stuff. Well, I get to be sad.
Yes, you do get to be sad, everyone. Thank you all for being here. We will now be entering book 5. Kiran in the Morning Fields, and I will be playing the Fates and making sure that I have access to Orpheus's little character sheet so I can read things if I need to.
I don't need to roll dice.
You absolutely need to roll dice. This is for you. You're rolling the dice now. Kiran, you stepped through the darkness after your encounter with your late sister, Avelia. Potentially bringing yourself and maybe herself some closure on the tense family relationships that you shared before. And you walk through this tunnel and there's no light. Only darkness ahead of you until a tiny pinprick of light at the end of the tunnel, as it were, begins to flare, grow larger and larger as you walk closer and closer to it. And as you emerge into the light, there's a moment where you have to cover your eyes as you are greeted by a beautiful sight. Crisp green grass beneath you, the sound of water gurgling in a stream. There are beautiful fountains all around you, and it's like a perfectly manicured garden. There are fruit trees, pomegranates, and beautiful hedges nicely trimmed. It is so beautiful here. A nice change of pace from your experiences thus far in the Pale. And as you begin pursuing your path forward, you hear voices in the air. They sound like sobbing. Yes, that's what it is. Faintest sounds of sobbing in the distance. And you keep walking. You have a job here. You have a task to do, so you keep walking. Till you arrive at a open area of this beautiful field, these gardens. There are no exits. All of your four corners are walls of hedges, nicely trimmed. And at the center, you see a figure. There's a beautiful brown-skinned man. He wears his thick, wavy hair down, and it falls like a mane upon his shoulders. He's wearing armor, metallic armor. And as you focus and look upon him more closely, it almost reminds you of a Greek mythology from Shadow, the stories from Shadow. This looks like someone out of Greek myth. And as you look upon this man, his face, crestfallen, stares into a river in front of him. And it just flows down. And he seems to be staring at it so intently and weeping. Weeping tears of gold. What do you do?
Does he have a weapon on him?
No, he does not.
Kind of absorbed in also this beautiful garden, at least up until I reached this box of hedges in this man. Seeing him crying and weeping, I do want to concernedly walk up, but not like right next to him. I'm like, I want to get in his periphery first, not startle him.
You surreptitiously move towards the periphery of this man's vision. And now that you're getting a closer look, yeah, he definitely looks like he's dressing up from Greek mythology, jumps straight out of the pages of the book.
Does he look familiar? Do I have any idea, like, which Greek myth?
See, you wonder that to yourself, and you think, God, who is this man?
There's a lot.
Then you look upon the river that he is staring so intently on as his hands dip into the slow-moving water. You see images forming on the surface of this river. You see another beautiful man with long blonde hair, carrying a large spear and wearing great armor. He is being celebrated in some grand hall. Fair-skinned. And you look upon this image of this reverie, this celebration, and you realize And you hear the names confirmed as the folks around this celebrated man cheer Achilles, 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 which would make this man before you Patroclus.
Still walking up after looking at these images in the river, I'm going to come up to his side. Not so close where I'm invading his personal space, especially since he's very clearly in distress. Anything I can do to help?
You do not intend to startle this man, and he does not show the obvious effects of being startled, but there is a pause, perhaps a reckoning of your arrival. And as you come up to this man and greet him, he fixates his large green eyes at you. And you see the stain marks of gold and tears down his face. A stranger comes to look upon me in my moment of greatest sorrow. Will the insults never end?
I don't see how it's an insult. There's nothing wrong with being sad and being in your emotions. It's okay to cry and miss someone you love.
You see him chuckle wryly at that. He looks upon that, and you see the flashing images keep going. You see now Achilles entering a gladiator arena ring of some sort and beginning to fight beasts of mythical yore, and being cheered on and celebrated. And Patroclus looks upon you and says, "How could this not be an insult? That I remain here, and that he is revered, worshipped, celebrated for eternity. That in my hour of death, that I should be apart from him, and now in death, that to be forever my fate."
I kind of pause because even though it's not the same circumstances, there's still that being separated. Not much you can do about it. I know I'm just a passerby, but do you want to talk about it? Is there anything I can do to help? I'm also separated from someone. So, and I'm looking for them, so I know how much it hurts.
I think at that, when you offer to help this man, to help Patroclus, I think you realize he finally actually regards you as a person and not just yet another thing to torment me in this space. You're like actually a thing here, that's real. And that word especially feels resonant. You feel real to him now, and he looks you up and down. You're not one of the dead.
No, I'm very much alive.
Shakes his head and looks at you, looks about you. And what would the living need in the morning fields?
Is that where I am?
My condolences. Yes, you are.
This is just a stop on the way where I need to go.
Looks ahead, looks at the hedges. Stop indeed.
Yeah.
You say you're separated.
Yeah. My husband.
From what or whom? Ah,
My husband is
I
here.
see.
Yeah. He has passed on to the realm of death before his time. So, I'm going to steal him out.
I can empathize with that. Valiantly launching yourself into her empress's realm to protect the one you love. I donned the armor of my love, and as he says that, his hands are still in one of his hands is still in the water, and as he touches and cups the water underneath his palm, the image changes to Patroclus here, donning armor, but it isn't ye old Greek times you see before you. You see magical armor that he is donning. It swirls with power. It is gorgeous. You feel it. You've seen great works of magic in your time, and this resonates with it. And you see in the shadow of the creation of this armor, a exceptionally large figure, hooded, wearing a mask. And as you do so, you see Patroclus, the tears begin to flow once more as you see Patroclus don this armor, enter into battle, and is slain to protect Achilles.
As he's watching this scene, if he shirks away, I won't do this, but I'll put a hand on his arm or his shoulder. So I get the impression he's also much taller than me.
Remind me of Kiran's height again.
Just 5'11".
Slightly, a slightly taller than you.
If anything,
not by much.
Broader.
Yeah, he definitely is built, and the fact that he could wear Achilles' armor suggests that Achilles is probably the same size.
Mm-hmm.
And he stops and looks upon you. I think you might be. Are you attempting to use a move here?
Yeah. Let me see what my options are.
You have a few options.
I do. No. I think this could either fall under Stir the Heart or Charm, but I feel like your book has the Soothe one, which would be perfect.
Yeah. I do have show tenderness. I would say.
I think out of the two, Stir the Heart is probably more applicable because I'm not trying to
it is.
charm him.
No, you're not. You're trying to give this man some level of human comfort.
Yeah.
In this terrible, terrible place. Yeah, go ahead and roll me the Stir the Heart. So in our game, it is indeed a PBTA system. We will see how Mare does. Oh no.
I have a +2 in this stat, and I only rolled a 5.
7 on a 7 to 9.
No. I rolled total 5.
Oh, you rolled total 5.
I rolled a 3 on the die. I'm sorry.
Oh no, this is fun. This is fun. For me.
Just
hurt
me.
I'm trying to think what would be this is a failure. A 6 and below is indeed a failure here in Follow Me Down. I'm quite tempted to give you a harm for this. Yeah, I think that seems appropriate with book 5. Please take a harm, as what happens as you touch Patroclus and watch as he relives the moment of his death. perhaps a moment of comfort provided too quickly, too soon. You see him shirk away from you and just look upon you and say, "Please just leave me be."
I'm sorry.
This place is not for you, stranger. Let the dead mourn. Please. There's nothing you can do to help me.
Giving
Go.
him one last, very sympathetic, understanding look. I'll not say another word and just slowly try to find another way out of what I now know is the morning fields.
You look around for your way out, and as soon as Patroclus says go, he raises a hand out, now like dripping with gold ink, at one of the walls of the hedges, and they just wrench and shatter and break into a pathway forward. And the last thing Patroclus says to you before you leave is, "I hope your husband has more compassion for you than mine did." And you will take a harm from that particular interaction, but nothing else.
I don't want him to be hurt.
You know, if this is where the failure happens, maybe that's okay.
Yeah. But this is almost worse than just like bumping my head on the rowboat last time.
Yeah.
This is the emotional kind. It's not fair.
It's not fair. And I think those words linger, and I think they frustrate you.
They absolutely do.
There's a helplessness here. There are denizens you can help. There are denizens here who are kind, who are willing to help, like Crow, my beautifully named Crow. And then there are denizens like Patroclus, where it's far more complicated than that. But needless, you continue your path forward. You are not here for Patroclus.
No.
You're here for Ishmael.
And I kind of move a little faster, impatient.
Mm-hmm.
One, just to also leave him be, but also because even though I want to help him, it wastes my time.
Yep, it does. And as you leave, the weeping begins once again, accompanied with the sounds of replayed celebrations in Elysium. You keep moving forward in these gardens, and the walls of these hedges grow taller and taller. It's still beautiful, but it is now grown to be unsettling. You keep moving forward, and you pass by several trees of pomegranates. You move between fountains and weave and walk your way through these large corridors out of hedges. And then, because before they were all you're just following a path, there wasn't choices yet to be made. Then you arrive at a maze. This listlessness, this helplessness, now further agitated by a literal maze standing before you, with several entrances in. There's one to the left, one in the middle, and one to the right.
Without even thinking, just because it's the closest, like if I'm heading towards it straight on, the closest entrance is the center one. So I'm going to head in, keep one hand lightly brushing, my right hand lightly brushing on the edges, and begin jogging, following that path.
You keep jogging. You are rushing. This is a moment where you find yourself needing to keep moving, because if you spend too much time lingering on what ifs and what may be, you will be hindered here. You cannot be hindered here. The maze is not the time. The maze in the pale is certainly not the time to be questioning oneself and one's instinct. And as you keep moving and jogging through these corridors, the walls begin to blend with one another as you follow the path. That yes, you're keeping your right hand on the wall, but between the rushing and the laser focused attitude that you have towards this, you don't necessarily pay attention to everything in front of you. As you emerge out of a corridor into a larger chamber and bump headfirst into the back of someone.
I'm sorry. Excuse me if I can just get past you. I'm gonna keep going and leave. Sorry.
You look upon this person. They're slightly shorter than you. They have brown skin, beautiful brown skin, long black hair, cropped at the sides like an undercut. You see beautiful gray eyes and robes of black and with deep accents of blue. But you see him. It's Ishmael. Ishmael stands before you. And he looks at you, like faltering on his hands briefly, and then gets up and he looks at you up and down, questioning himself. What do you do?
Did I knock him over? Or is he still standing?
He's beginning to get up, yeah.
First of all, there's just this long moment where we're both staring at each other. And I think before he even can get up, I just hug him, probably knocking us both to the ground again.
You do.
I finally found
grab
you.
Onto
Where have you been? Are you okay? I can't. Oh God. I found you.
You leap into Ishmael's arms, both of you tumbling onto the dirt underneath you. And at the same time as you say, I found you, Ishmael says, I found you. I found you. I've been traveling and navigating this maze looking for you. But you're here.
Are you okay? Has the Empress done anything to you?
She couldn't catch me if she tried. And he smiles and smirks.
And I think at this point, like, Kiran's crying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when I saw you dead in the middle of your office, I didn't think I would ever be able to find you again, and now dealing with the Empress and, like, finding you here.
Whoa. And he like sits up into like and sits cross-legged as he hears you say those words. And he says, what are you talking about? I found you.
I think we just we both pull back and like really look at each other.
And then you see it, Kiran. This Ishmael does not have tattoos of two snakes. He instead has moving serpentine scales along his arms. that move and shift on his skin. And now that you're looking at him proper, he wears very, very thick kajal underneath his eyes. And now that you're looking upon his arms that you fell into, his right hand is ghostly. It is severed at the elbow, and and there's a golden band around where the separation was, and attaching to it is this almost spectral, ghostly right hand.
And kind of like after pulling back, I just kind of fall into a seated position, just staring at him. You're not my Ishmael.
And you are not my Kiran. The fates are cruel indeed.
Yeah.
Which means your Ishmael is dead and here. And my Kiran is also dead. And somewhere else here.
I'll slowly make my way to my feet and hold out an arm to this Ishmael to assist him up.
Mm-hmm. He takes it, and it is his spectral right hand that takes yours. And you feel it, and it is cold. It is cold, and you get a taste in your mouth like licking silver. It's metallic. And he gets up and he dusts himself off, and he looks at the continuing maze before the both of you. And he says, and now you see even more of the differences between your Ishmael and this Ishmael. He is so intense. His vibe is so intense. He is like, his eyebrows are like knitted almost in a permanent scowl. And as he does so, he kind of like looks around and he says, "Oh, I'd like to think there's a reason that we ran into each other. The Pale has its rules and laws."
Cruel fate's more like it. Do you want to walk together? Maybe two brains are better than one to get out of the maze.
Anything that'll get me closer to my Kiran. Yes.
With our determination together, I'm sure we can make it.
He like looks at you and he's like listening to what you're saying, and he goes, "Yep, you are definitely not my Kiran," and continue and like begins like marching down the path.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. You are here, and as I'm assuming y'all are walking.
Yeah, we're walking.
Yeah, y'all are walking and talking. And as you continue to chat, he says, "You are, I don't know, you feel more sensitive."
And did you go to a shadow where you're from? Did you have a shadow?
Yes, we did have a shadow.
You looked like you walked out of a Hot Topic.
You can thank Kiran's, well, I guess your father for that.
God, do I dare ask?
How badly do you want to know?
Not very. I'm kind of tired of thinking of my father, to be honest. I just dealt with Avelia, so.
You see his face change as he snaps back towards you, taking the intensity notch up to 100. And his scales are on edge as they flare upwards on his arm, and he stares at you. Where is she? She followed us here.
No, she's dead. So maybe it makes me think it's a my Avelia and not your Kiran's. I don't like that look. I feel like I shouldn't tell you.
Well, it matters not if it's not the same Amelia, I suppose.
Trust me when I say that regardless if it's your Avelia or not, she's getting plenty punished.
No punishment in any son can equate from what she took from me.
Well, hopefully she's dealt with when you return with Kiran.
Oh, I can promise you that. And as you say, as he says that, Kiran, you notice something very, very familiar on Ishmael's left arm. As the scales begin to diminish, you see a geometric style tattoo begin to emerge around his left arm and flare red. It looks like Winifred and Osmond's old studies of goetic summoning to bind, specifically Shudder.
I'm not super familiar with goetic bindings, but after listening to Ishmael talk, as well as my dad and my sister, I know a little bit, and I just kind of stare at it.
You're just surrounded by goetics.
I'm surrounded by so many goetics, and I just kind of stare at it. You must have a very different life than I do. What your Kiran has. I hope you're happy with it. I nod my head at that geometric. That
He
gave
looks
us
at it.
a lot of trouble in the past, so I hope it's a little easier on your end.
Well, perhaps your Ishmael wasn't as cunning as I then.
I would appreciate it if you didn't insult my Ishmael.
No insult. We
Trust
had
me,
to do what we had to do.
And we did what we had to do. We dealt with it.
He nods. Well, you know better probably than most people that your father is a threat, alive or dead. So.
Yeah, I hope wherever he is down here, he's getting what he deserves, so.
You killed him.
I didn't. And I inclined my head at the geometric tattoo. It did.
What a great poetic irony.
Do I dare ask?
I gave my right hand summoning for this entity's power to subdue your father.
And I just kind of like...
Better.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Better he locked up than in another son with time to plot.
And I just kind of stare at this Ishmael now, just a little uncomfortable at how different they are. How this is not Ishmael as I know him.
Nope.
No.
Night and day.
And I think I don't have anything to say to that
Mm-hmm.
as we keep walking. Just me a little quicker ahead of them.
Mm-hmm. He maintains and moves in step with you. And after, I think, it's probably not that long, but it feels like ages because you're both walking in utter silence, looking like how you look like to each other.
Yeah.
And he says, so what's your Ishmael like?
Smart, preening, arrogant until you get him alone. There's
Yeah,
a
very different.
underlying compassion that you wouldn't normally know and notice if you saw him at the Go-Ahead Hall of Records.
Another goetic as well.
Yes.
Respect.
He actually, before going on a vacation to the Pale, just reached 5th degree, so...
That's funny. My Kiran just reached 5th level as a weaver.
Weaver?
I see that you're not a weaver yourself, then.
No. I think orders are a little silly, to be honest. No offense.
No, you're definitely not my Kiran, then. Don't know how they phrased it. Something about intuition, something or other. I don't know.
Sounds like a weaver to me. I've known a couple in my times, and they're just, other than makers, artists.
Yes. And he looks upon you a little bit more, and he's like, it's hard to admit that you're not my Kiran.
Your harsh demeanor and blunt, edgy demeanor has been a shock.
Call him edgy.
To his face.
Not
To his face.
to his face.
The fact that you talk so casually about your brutal intentions is uncomfortable.
Don't look upon me that way. What I am now is what the Astras forced me to be. I would not be apart from Kiran because of the Asra.
So my family sucks, and
Dynasty.
so the Ostras are all terrible in every place, I guess. Good to know.
I can't speak to other realities, but
Well,
at least in mine.
At least in mine too. Fucking cheers.
And as you say that, he nods, and you both arrive at a just opening, large clearing sort of opening, but still surrounded by 4 walls.
Finally.
And you see, wrapped in a bunch of branches on the wall is a picture. And you recognize it. How could you not recognize it? It's a picture of you and Ishmael at Babao's. And as you are making that connection and seeing that picture, you hear Ishmael say, "Picture of us."
And I look at them. I look at the picture. And do we both bolt?
They look at you. You both bolt. And he begins scrambling I'd like to imagine what this Ishmael does. And for the chat's information, this Ishmael is not Ishmael Kadir, it is Ishmael Asra. He
Hates my family
begins.
so much, but they took my last name.
Took your last name. Maybe there were other changes in that Ishmael's life that made it that way. And and you see the red swirl, the magic from the red sun swirl around his left hand as he begins to try to augment his magics to help him climb this thing. What would you like to do?
I would like to run and turn into smoke and rush forward to just run through these branches like they're not even there.
All right, you can do that. I don't think any of the moves necessarily
Take a
fit here.
significant risk.
You know what? Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do me a prove your love roll and roll with passion.
If I may narrate this
Oh,
before
God.
I tell you what I get.
Okay, take it away, Mer.
Actually, I'll tell you what I get, but I would like to narrate this.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 4. But I think what I want to do as I'm running and moving through these branches with the photograph in sight with other Ishmael, not my Ishmael, but so familiar and yet so not. And the fact that we're going through the same thing. Eyes slow, entangled in branches and twigs, and let him get to it.
Oh, that's sick as hell. For that narration, I do not want to give, like, I do not want.
It's hurtful enough.
It's hurtful enough, but I want to give you a boon for that as well. So what I'm going to say is, how about this? If you want to take a harm, what I will give you in return for such a cool way of narrating that failure, I will give you well, I'm trying to remember the name of the movement.
Like a +1. It's a +1 ongoing, I think, is the mechanic
yes,
part of it.
so I am going to give you an ongoing +1.
Oh.
And I will narrate what the condition is, because as you do this, and you slow and your compassion, your sincerity and empathy spurs you onward, like forces you to lag back as you see the desperation and almost primal ferality of this other Ishmael, which is unfamiliar yet also familiar, because you've seen even your Ishmael pushed to this extent too. And he clasps onto the photo and looks at you. And I think there is a look of understanding. I think he's clocked what you have done. And as you both kind of like slide off the branches from that momentum, and he holds this photo, the photo changes in his hand. It is no longer, you're no longer looking at a picture of you and your Ishmael. You're seeing a photo of this Ishmael and his Kiran. And that Kiran looks pretty similar to you. It's surprising you don't see more physical differences, actually. And as he holds onto this picture and looks at you, you let me win.
And I want to walk up to him and put both my hands on their shoulders. I just look him in the eyes. Find them. For both of us.
And as you say that, he, if you will allow, cups the side of your face and presses his forehead against yours. And he says, "You are not my Kiran, but you have done me a great kindness today. I meant to save this for a more important occasion." And you see that he's cupping your face with his spectral arm, and you see the a silver magic begin to pool off of him and onto you, and it forms a beautiful, like bright silver pattern on like the side of your face and neck. And you recognize that smell. It is the smell of incense that Ishmael burns when he used to speak to Atiael.
No.
And he says, this Ishmael says to you, "The last essence and blessing of my mentor I give to you. Find your Ishmael."
Thank you.
Thank you. And two paths open up. And you both instinctually know that you need to go into a different path. Ishmael stares at you one more time as if memorizing you and hurtles forward.
I stare back before turning and running.
Mm-hmm. Turn and you run. And that, as you walk into the light, to the smell of stone, we end book 5, Kiran in the Morning Fields. Oof, this was a rough one for you. Oh, God.
I think that puts me, you said that'd be a +1 ongoing?
+1. So your condition is that you will have a +1 ongoing until you meet Ishmael again. That is the blessing of Atiael.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Listen, you took L's like a champ. I gotta reward that.
Did I take a harm or no? Just so I can mark it.
I'm just trying to think whether... Yeah, take a harm.
God damn it. It's fine. It's fine.
I was looking at the rules and I was like, when in doubt, give a harm. And I'm like, all right, I'm in doubt, give a harm.
All right. We're going to transition over to Ishmael in the desecrated
Oh, God,
orchard.
I'm terrified now. I was so mean. Okay, my turn.
I gotta get the right music. Ishmael. You last We last left you leaving the chasm of Titans, this dark cave system with tunnels everywhere, with an ever ongoing ceiling and an ever ongoing pit. Strong, old creatures on both ends.
Hate that.
But you found the exit, a door with carvings of vines and animals and heroes of legend. After you met and left your father-in-law for the first...
And dunked on him.
And dunked on him for the first and last time. The sound of deep echoing laughter from the pit follows you as you leave this darkness and you find yourself somewhere else. This music is not right, but it's fine. You find yourself in what can best be described as a swamp, some damp-fetid areas. And as you're looking around, you realize that where you are is a place called the Dirge Fields. It is barren land, punctuated with brackish streams filling lowlands in between. You can occasionally see trees in the distance, large copses of them together. There is a humming in the air. It sounds like cicadas. But as you listen to these insects, the longer and longer their sound goes through your ears, they sound like anguished screams of the dead.
No, okay.
It is damp, it is moist. You see blood on the ground along with bones because you know the Dirge Fields is where there have been a multitude of battles between Empress Shalad and her rival, Queen Phasramir of the Night Side of the Pale. You don't see any current dead bodies, though, because things don't die here. They're always dead, so it's just the corpses picking themselves back up together before continuing on or retreating, or whatever the battle has said for that day.
Uh-huh.
You hear in the far distance. It doesn't sound like it, not like any hound you've ever heard before, but you hear baying. Where do you go?
Like a cute baying, like a little puppy dog, or we're talking about deep guttural baying from a great entity.
Hounds. Like hunting dogs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kiran is in danger. So if they're hunting something, they might be hunting my Kiran. So I am going to book it and keep going onward as surreptitiously as I can, cursing the whole way through as he's getting his robes dirty through the swamp and mud.
This sounds like you might be potentially
Donning a shroud?
drowning your shroud.
Yes. Yes, I think so. Haha, I have a 0 to my philosophy. Let's go, everybody. Wow, that's 6s on both die. Fucking hell,
Holy
that's
shit.
a 12. Holy shit.
All right, and what happens on a 10 plus?
On a 10 plus, I blend with the souls of the dead. Well, I am dead. Unnoticed by unfriendly denizens of the underworld.
Okay. As you're running and as you're moving, you see a lot of denizens of the underworld. You see souls far off, not far off in the distance, but close enough that you can tell were once human or are human, running, fleeing, before being bombarded with bugs and being devoured alive, before being torn to pieces.
Oh, Jesus.
And then simultaneously reforming, and then the hunt begins again and again. However, you avoid that. That's not your fate.
Okay, yeah.
But you're running and you're walking and you're trying to avoid falling into what you realize is not always knee-deep water. It sinks sometimes, but you're able to avoid that. But as you're running, you do eventually see these little green-orange bursts of light. And that's when you realize something. That tug you've been feeling through your last 2 destinations. You can still feel your connection, but you don't feel a direction anymore. And as you're distracted by this, you bump into one of these little foxfires. And suddenly you're transported somewhere different. You're no longer in this wet, damp field surrounded by death and misery. Instead, you're home. It's a chill morning in Fartown. Very warm under the covers as you feel two arms wrap around you.
Fuck off.
And
Okay.
then, as soon as it's there, it's gone. And this foxfire dances in front of your face temptingly before it begins to bounce away slowly.
I think Ishmael is like in this like weird feeling of being just before a threshold of being directionless and being sunk into that feeling of grief again, of loss. It feels just like how he lost Kiran 7 years ago for 6 months. And he kind of just stands there and he's like clutching onto the keepsakes that are in his robes for comfort, to kind of feel tethered to them somehow. And I'm trying to think what I can do here.
You do see.
Is there?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. No, go ahead. That might help me.
You do see, as you've been running, other creatures that you have since thus avoided. Those creatures being attacked by the bugs that have been devoured being one of them. But you also see these large, elongated, once human beings, because their face is scaled and slimy and wet, but so distinctly in agony, of a human agony, but they're serpent-like. They have long scaled bodies and reptilian eyes as these similar creatures devour each other. You see,
Okay.
you have passed at least one of these trees or groves of trees that, upon closer examination, you see people absorbed into the bark, their bodies twisting with the branches and the pine needles, all reaching up, grasping at higher branches where you can see fruit.
Snake. People with fruit.
And as you're absorbed in these thoughts on where you want to go, something taps your shoulder.
Oh God. Okay. Hi. Ishmael like shudders, snaps his head, and turns around.
Behind you, you see a fairly short man. He looks fairly normal, not like the trees or the lizard-like folks that you have seen, but definitely been here for a while. There are injuries on his arms as if he's been sucked by leeches or just been running up against the bark too long and has been scratched, and his clothes are long torn. But he kind of looks up at you. You look lost. Can I help?
Ishmael looks upon this person and is kind of surprised and is also trying to keep his cool in a true Ishmael fashion. And he's just tries to put on that suave persona and says, "Perhaps, who do I have this pleasure of speaking to?"
There's like a blank look on this person's face as you ask that. Can I help you with something?
Let's try this again. My name is Ishmael, and you are?
It's not that I don't want to answer you, I just don't remember. And they kind of hold a
Oh,
hand out to you.
he takes it, shakes their hand. He's being cool and calm, and he like looks at them and looks at this place, and he says, I could use the way out of this place, but I'm sorry. You said you don't remember who you are?
I've been here a while. But I can lead you
I
out of
see.
here, and they hold out a hand to you expectantly, smiling.
Oh, Ishmael, you can't remember your own goddamn name. You're telling me you're going to take me out of here? Um, and Ishmael, oh God, what can I do?
That's a fancy looking bookmark you have.
It's quite precious to me.
Tradesies, I can take you out.
Forgive me, friend. If that is the terms of the deal, I would rather continue on my own.
All right, you're lost. And he begins to turn around and like starts walking.
Sure. As he does so,
Like he seems to
I
be
think.
distracted by something you can't see.
Wait a second.
What?
Hey, Mary, can I do something fucked up?
Val! Okay, sure. Fine, do it.
So I have a move called Weave the Strands to manipulate the fabric of the underworld. Rule with Pathos. On a hit, choose one. On a 7 to 9, your manipulations attract unwelcome attention. Sounds great here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Ishmael, like this person turns around and he says, No, wait. Perhaps I can give you something far more valuable to you. And I think what Ishmael is going to try to do is using Weave the Strands, discern the magics of like this whatever is afflicting this person's memory. And try to conjure a spell that would help, like at the very least give them a semblance of themselves. Because
Okay.
it says here you mend a broken thing, and I'm gonna extrapolate broken thing to whatever the hell happened to their memory.
Sure. Freaking go for it.
All right, we'll see. Athos, I'm good at this. So that is 9.
A 7 to 9.
Uh-oh.
On a 7 to 9, your manipulations attract unwelcome attention.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
You cast your magic upon this person that you met, this very fickle soul who who has offered you help but very quickly withdrawn it. And as you cast your spell, there is recognition in their eyes, not for you but for themselves. And they're just kind of frozen for a minute before looking at you. And then the sound of baying gets louder.
Oh God.
This person looks over to where the sound of hounds is coming from, and they just give you a wicked smile. You said you're trying to get out?
Yes.
Maybe go talk to a ricto. Trees far down that direction. She's a witch. She can help you. Good luck, if you can get there. And they bolt.
I literally just helped you. Fucking hell. And I think you
Sucks
see
to suck, I'm not sticking around.
I think Ishmael sees that and then like ties up his kurta around his waist so it's not like dragging in the mud and slowing him down, and bolts in the direction that the spirit pointed to.
You hear the sound of these hounds, these dogs, is loud behind you. Their feet are splashing through mud and water. And if you ever glance behind you at any point, you can see something, a deep, dark soot black, something crossed between a low hunting hound and timber wolves with long, sharp teeth. Highly focused on something. And you're booking
Not
it?
me.
And you're
I'm
booking
booking it. I am booking it.
All right. I want you to roll Don your shroud.
Because this spirit who's fickle was like, yeah, I'm yeeting out of here. So now I'm like, well, now I feel compelled to yeet out of here.
Don your shroud, you
So
roll
don my shroud.
philosophy.
Philosophy. No.
What is it? What is it?
Oh wait, no. Oh no, yeah, no,
Hit me. What is it?
I got a 7. Yeah, that's a 7. 5
Okay.
plus 2 is a 7. The number doesn't change when I look at it and look up.
On a 7 and 9, your transition to an incorporeal form causes you to drop a keepsake.
Or take -1 ongoing until you drop the shroud, your choice.
Regardless, I'll let you decide that in a second.
Oh no.
As I describe what happens.
Oh no.
As you are running, trying to escape what you now know is something terrible. You are being hunted. You are prey. It only takes one misstep before you fall deep into dark water and you feel something brush against you under there. Fish, leech, bones. And you're scrambling, trying to get out.
I hate that. I hate this. I hate this. Because of how particularly fucked up this is, I think I'll take the -1 ongoing.
-1 ongoing.
Because I think Ishmael would be like clinging onto the key. It's like the very facets of his identity at this point. And I think he's just going to instead get fucked up mentally by whatever the fuck ordeal you're going to put me through instead. And just take -1 ongoing.
Okay, -1 ongoing.
Okay, note.
I'll figure out what this condition of having it be not ongoing anymore later.
Yeah.
Thankfully, though, you plummeting into cold, brackish water does make the hounds lose your scent. And it takes some unelegant scrambling on your part, but you eventually are able to pull yourself out.
He is like soaked to the bone, slopping onto the shore or whatever he's just landed on. Hair wet. And he's panting, and he's so tired. He's so tired dealing with all of this.
You were able to pull yourself out of the water and onto semi-dry land. Nothing's completely dry, but somewhere where there is more bones than marsh. So you are on something dry.
Hate that.
But you are now in front of a thick bramble patch. And you feel that tug again.
I think Ishmael like pulls out the bookmark that nearly was a barter item. That's slightly soaked, but because of magical conditions, is slowly drying. Like presses a kiss on it, and looks and feels that tug, and a little bit of hope and enthusiasm comes back again as he goes, "It's okay. It's okay. Take a deep breath. Gonna find you. And he's going to inelegantly slop off the mud and ground wet and march in that direction.
When you start marching, it quickly becomes evident that whatever is beyond here doesn't want visitors. The underbrush is thick with pricking vines, and the trees begin to get closer and closer together. If you want to get through here, you need to make a roll.
Are there still people on trees here?
Yes. They are whispering at you to please give them some fruit from the trees.
Cool. I think Ishmael, in stark contrast to other Ishmael, like hears this and I think I'd like to imagine that some of these brambles like come from the roots of these trees
Absolutely.
itself. So he comes to like a particularly problematic bramble that he cannot get through, not without perhaps significant injury. And he looks to this person on the tree.
In the tree, for intents and
In the
purposes,
tree.
they are the tree. You cannot differentiate where flesh and bark begins and ends. One
Ishmael.
branch
Yeah.
grows throughout their mouth.
Ah! Terrifying. So they probably can't speak.
There's some harsh whispering, but it's painful.
I think Ishmael comes close and says, "My friend, I need to move forward. But as you can see, the path ahead is hindered by your circumstances. What can I do?
Their
How can I help?"
eyes look up, where out of reach, out of them, out of you is fruit. Somewhere a cross between a pomegranate and a pear. Delicious looking.
And I think he looks at her one more time before moving forward and says, "And this fruit, it will end your agony."
No.
But you still want it nonetheless.
Yes. A respite.
Cool. I would like to show tenderness to a troubled soul.
Okay.
And because of a -1 ongoing, your banned die. I'm not rolling you. Yeah, so it's a plus, so it'd be just a +1 because +2 -1 is just a +1. And yeah. Okay, that's not bad actually. That is a 10.
Oh wow.
Total. That's not bad, yeah.
What is it on a 10 plus?
Roll the 9 on the die.
They either grow angry at your choosing. On a hit, ask 2 questions.
Ask 2 questions. What is the cause of their distress?
Their punishment. This is their punishment. Being fused to a tree for their crimes in life. Unable to move, unable to do anything. The trees are consuming them, and they are feeding them.
Oh, so this isn't like a Tantalus sort of situation then?
No.
Okay. I thought it was a Tantalus situation. Okay, that's good to know.
This is a punishment for whatever they did in life.
How can I convince them to part the brambles?
They think, well, they believe that if they can get some kind of respite, something they want, they might be able to help you. As thanks.
I think what Ishmael is going to do is stand up onto the root, reach up, pluck the fruit. And before he hands this fruit to this person,
So there's a lot of rolling for you here because
yeah, I'm
it's
gonna roll
right at,
again.
you have to roll again. It's like right out of your reach. It's not, it's like taunting you
Would this
as
be?
well. It's taunting
Would
you.
this?
I'm going to say that
Would
this is also going to be a risk, a
is a
significant
risk? So
risk.
prove your love.
Yes,
Okay, sounds good.
because you are in danger central here.
I am in danger central. Uh, cool, 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 cool. And tonk. Oh, I'm keeping these die. They're being nicer to me, but this is passion, so it's a +0. Okay, good to know. That is an 11.
Damn. Have you
I know I'm
failed at
rolling well
all?
now. I failed earlier. Well, earlier.
I'm talking about like 6 or below.
I think I didn't I do a 6 or below
I
earlier
don't know.
today?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Describe a positive memory of your love that spurs you to success. These branches attempt to move from you as you reach for them, but you were able to grab one.
I think they kind of. You know what, actually, Mayor? I would like to hold. I would like to use the
Okay.
one of the moves,
Dramatic
the
hold.
dramatic hold. Yeah.
So you can
I would like to
save
keep
that
it.
for later. And
Yeah,
instead, you
so
will take a fail.
I will take a failure instead. I think that's more compelling right now.
Okay. In that case, you're going to stumble and you are going to fall. Rolling now what's on, now rolling downwards in what is a hill. You're going to take 1 damage on your psyche spindle as you roll
My
and you
pen.
roll and you roll across these more tortured souls that are in these trees and these branches. Eventually, you are torn from the brambles growing everywhere, and you find yourself in a garden. It's beautiful in a deadly way.
God, okay.
You
I'm
see
gonna hate trees after this experience.
you see beautiful nightshade. You see very large pitcher plants, one of which has a limb hanging out of it, among many other carnivorous or poisonous plants. And a hut. You see a hut.
They did say there was a witch here, so I think Ishmael like falls on his face, um, gets up, and he's like got cuts everywhere and looks haggard. And I think as he steps up, he like falters a little bit, but walks towards the hut. But there's a witch that's meant to help him here. And he's avoiding the weird plants with limbs sticking out of them.
You should be fine. They've been fed.
I was fighting for my life here.
You walk up to this
Suffering.
hut.
Uh-huh.
The door is shut. What do you do?
Like any polite individual, I knock.
There's a long silence before you hear a withered old voice say, "Go away."
Please, I hear you can help me. I was told a name, but I forgot to write it down.
They didn't give you a
Shit was
name.
happening.
They did.
They didn't give me a
They
name.
didn't give you a name.
They didn't give me a name. Oh, I thought they named
Nope.
her or something.
They did not give you a name.
And I think
Oh, her name. Her name.
Yeah.
Okay, the witch's name, Erecto.
Recto. And I think he says, Madam Recto, I hear you can help me. A troubled soul led me in your direction.
You hear movement from the inside. And a lock undo itself from behind the door. And it opens up like a crack. Like, you could still see the chain on, like, the other side of the door keeping it locked.
Yeah,
So
she's got like 5 locks on the door.
At least one.
Okay.
And she's much shorter than you. She is, from what you can see, she is older. She is haggard. She, unlike Sybil from the train station, who aged gracefully and beautifully, she is quite the opposite. She is wrinkly and been working a lot in her garden, so dirt everywhere. A couple splotches of blood.
Great.
Yeah. And she looks up at you. A wandering soul or a fickle one? Telling you just what you want to hear, and thus being annoying on my end.
I apologize. I'm new to this.
They give you a look up and down. Are you even supposed to be here? In the desecrated orchard?
I don't believe so, but no.
Well, that's what that person said. And she points to the pitcher plant with the limb hanging out. That's what he said as well. And look at where he is.
No. Please, let me inform you of my plight. I'm looking for my partner.
You're here anyway. Frickin' fine. Why do people... And you hear muttering of, like, why do people always come to me when I don't want them, so on and so forth.
I'm so sorry.
She shuts the door, and you hear a couple locks being undone before she opens it.
Does she leave space for me to come in?
Yes, she leaves space for you to come in.
Ishmael comes in, stands awkwardly in the middle of this house, because he does not know how welcome he is here.
Your head brushes up against hanging herbs and flowers on the ceiling. It is crowded with reagents and spell components. And she just kind of stands in the middle of the room, looking at you.
He like looks at her and says, "Are you of the living?"
No. Just powerful enough not to have to bend to the whims of the orchard. And she gives you a wicked smile.
I see. I will not intrude more upon your time than I need to. I am looking for my partner. They have come here from the realm of the living. And Her Majesty the Empress obviously will not take to that kindly. I must get to them.
And what will you pay for this assistance you're asking of me?
What is the price?
I take a lot of things. Memories, thoughts, prayers, wishes, hopes, dreams. I'd say money, but there's nowhere to spend it. And she also...
I think he also looks at his pockets and it's like, I don't even think I could give that either.
And she crosses her arms around her chest. And now you can finally get like a good look at her and like what she's wearing. Very sturdy trousers and top, a hand-woven shawl, and on her thumb, a silver blue ring with a purple gem. A very familiar looking wedding ring.
That ring you wear.
Yes.
Where did you acquire it?
She puts her hand out in front of her and just like admires it. Because it's obviously a little too big for her, so it's on her thumb.
Yeah.
Over that knuckle.
Mm-hmm.
A soul bartered it away for me. Bartered it away. To evade the hounds for a bit. When they found it.
Interesting. It looks awful like my wedding ring, my wedding band.
This one's Kiran's wedding band, not
Yeah,
yours. Yeah. Really?
but he's gonna say that it's his.
Oh,
Like,
okay. That's fair.
yeah.
Really? Should we add
Hmm.
this into our bartering then?
Certainly. And I think Ishmael now he relaxes. And what I would like to do in this moment, Mayor, is pull a real Ishmael here and use my pierce the veil to discern what is hidden and unseen.
Okay, please roll for me.
Because right now Ishmael knows nothing about her.
Yeah.
But if he can find something out,
So you get the -1. Roll
I
with
have the
philosophy.
-1. This is philosophy, so I have -1 total. Then here. Okay, that is a -1, 7.
So you get to ask one.
Ooh. I'm trying to pick which ones. Okay. What secrets are kept by those in this place?
What secrets are kept by those in this place?
I guess what I'm trying to get at is Ishmael wants to pull some fucking bullshit again because he wants the ring. And I think he wants the ring more than he wants any other help from this person. But I think he wants to know if there's any ammunition here that he can use to smooth things along. Is she lonely? Is she like put up? Is she looking for someone? Things like that, like emotional bartering that he can use.
She's more or less an open book when it comes to her
Mm-hmm.
desires. She's not lonely. She seems to be a hermit of some sort. She, what was the other thing? Lonely, emotional.
Like any type of like emotional bartering. So like, is she looking for something? Is she
Okay.
missing something here?
Okay.
Does she need to get out of here? Yeah.
Upon looking around, just in general, looking at her workspace, how you came in, how difficult it was to come in, she doesn't seem she needs anything in the way of magic. She seems very powerful for someone who is dead, someone who is trapped in this specific area of the Pale. She has, while she might not be in charge in a sense like the Empress is, she will not be bothered by any of the souls here. She is strong. You sense it's not necessarily Vizsla magic, but it is strong magic in the air. She doesn't seem lonely. She's a hermit. She wants something that she can use either for magic or to benefit herself. And you get the sense that she will not budge and give something to you without getting something in return that is equal or greater price. Because she is secure in her position here. She has the upper hand.
She does.
She does.
God, that's a stupid idea. That is so stupid.
Like, I'm going to let you know now. Regardless of what you roll, you will have to give something up.
I know. I'm just trying to think about what I want to give.
You're quite pretty. I used to be pretty in my youth. Perhaps you'd like to let an old woman relive her glory days. And she smiles wickedly at you.
I like being pretty. I do like having a keepsake. What is equivalent to Ishmael's wedding band with Kiran? I think what Ishmael is going to do is counteroffer. And he's going to... Oh, this is gonna hurt. He's going to look at her. And he says, beauty is indeed one of my stronger suits, but another strong suit of mine is what I've been taught by my mentor.
A magician.
A goetic. An angel.
I've seen some of your kind come through here. There's one basking in my lilies right now.
You see him smile, a smirky, playful smile as he says, "Oh, none quite such as I, my dear. None quite such as I."
She holds out her hand to you. May I examine?
She trying to fuck me over?
No.
Okay.
She's not.
Ishmael holds out his hand and touches it. Takes her hand.
She looks at it, observes it, flips it, runs her from top to bottom, runs her fingers over it, and she's like, "You're giving me your right hand."
I am.
I think this is a lovely gift. Would you like some leather to bite down from the pain?
If you will grant me that kindness, certainly.
And similar to the Ishmael that Kiran met earlier, you are unable to cast magic to summon angels, as your right hand, both figuratively and literally, is severed from you, which we're not going to go. We're not going to go.
We're not going to get into.
We're not going to go into detail for.
I just think he can look even more hot, sexy with spectral, cool magic hand instead.
And very morbidly, she holds your arm by the forearm. You oddly don't bleed. Well, not oddly. You're dead. Of course, you're not going to bleed anymore.
I sure am dead. Yeah.
And almost carelessly, she flips you the wedding ring. It was wonderful to make a deal with you.
With pleasure making and doing business.
If you leave out the back, through the back garden, through the fence and the door there, you'll go where you need to go. Master Goetic of Empyrean Pax.
A cruel irony, is it not?
Good luck.
And he nods, gets up, watches her toy with his hand. And I think, like, so do I just have like the stump at the moment, or can I like flavor how his hand
You can
looks?
flavor it. You're dead. You can do what you want.
And I think his hand like begins to, it's dissimilar to the other Ishmael that has kind of like a blue cold glow, very spectral and skeleton-like of his right hand. I think this looks more like, oh, because we're in an orchard.
Yeah.
I think it looks like plants and vines and flowers, and the flowers that bloom. I think as soon as he puts on the wedding ring on his left ring finger, the pansies begin to bloom on his vine arm.
And as you leave through the back garden, you find yourself in an alleyway in Saturnine. And we're going to go to break.
No!
Hello, everybody. We will be back soon. I don't know, anywhere between 5 to 10 minutes. So please stretch, pet your pets, and we'll be back soon. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are back from break with the second half of Follow Me Down, Hold Me Forever in every song. Just before we get back started again, reminder that this is a charity stream. We are raising money for Project Hope Ukraine Relief. So if you would like to donate, you can put !donate in the chat, where you can give some much needed relief to folks being hurt and harmed by what's going over in Ukraine right now. We don't have any incentives, but if you would like to give some incentives and cause chaos and a lot of PvP in Paranoia on Sunday, please do so. Go follow that Tiltify link. All right, we're entering Book 7.
Book 7. The last book, and also the penultimate book of our game tonight, which is very exciting.
Let's go.
Kiran, you walk into the light after a moment of great compassion that you showed to an alternate reality version of Ishmael Asra. And as you emerge from the light, you are bathed. The light reflects off of so much white in this space. You're finally done it. You have arrived in the city of the dead, Catafalque of the pale sun. You hear the bustling streets of millions of souls milling about and walking about. All the dead live here. There are tall spires of white stone and glass, and there's a large palace that sits upon a cliff that towers over the rest of the city, pale, made of white, almost like marble stone and glass. And you look around you at all the buildings. All the buildings are made out of bone, hide, pale carapaces at some points, and they are when you look upon them and begin maneuvering about the space, trying to make yourself as uninteresting as possible in the literal land of the dead, where you stick out like a sore thumb. Everything here feels elegant. It's like looking upon a minimalist museum. It is high fashion, elegant, and strangely calming. The folks who are dead here, you see as you're moving by the streets, marketplace for the dead, businesses, cinemas, the dead going about their day. You see a couple walking and chatting as they plan their day. You overhear, dessert for breakfast, then the movies, then lunch. Feels like Saturn, except with a lot more bone.
That makes me really sad, because that's something we would do every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. You see an establishment for emotion leaves here in the Pale.
What?
It is not as vibrant, not as beautiful and eye-catching as the old establishment that you used to frequent before it was unfortunately shut down. And you see that it looks a little different. It seems like it even functions a little bit differently. Whatever emotional relief brought upon the dead feels fleeting as they exit, usually in the ecstasy of their emotions for a good duration. For the living, in the dead lasts mere moments as they exit the facility. And as you keep moving on, you hear whispers from the denizens here. Hey, did you hear? I don't know, what are you talking about? There's a living person here. They've crossed the threshold. They've entered the realm of her royal majesty. And they're like, if they were ever anywhere, we would see them stick out. And then you hear another person, mucketeer who is selling adornments, jewelry made out of bone, says, I hear that the Empress has already put to power her Furies to hunt them down. And they're all muttering amongst themselves, and one of them says excitedly, oh, I hope we get to see the Furies in action.
Kind of hearing that, like, trying not to, like, panic, like, freak out and panic. I want to, like, duck into, like, an alleyway and see if there's, like, a way I can blend in, whether that's taking a cloak and donning it upon my shoulders so I don't look so alive.
Commit theft.
I'm gonna do what I'm good at.
You're gonna commit theft. What move would you like to do?
I am going to commit theft.
You're gonna commit theft.
Is there like a...
I'm looking at your moves right now.
I know. Is there a someone doing laundry, their own laundry, like in a back like yard?
Probably like you're like in an alleyway, and I think you would see like folks like air drying their robes and clothing on a line right outside their window or something. Yeah, I easily enough.
I want to look as pathetic as I can, which honestly I look depressed as fuck.
You do look depressed as fuck.
Definitely worn down by the trials getting here, and I would like to meekly approach. Excuse me, ma'am. May
yeah, you see a woman doing her laundry. She has a face with a metallic plated mask, almost like a Venetian mask on the left side of her face, and she turns to look at you.
Would it be okay if I begged a cloak or a jacket of some sort? I'm trying to get somewhere as quickly and as quietly as possible, and I just kind of motion to myself.
She looks at you up and down, and she says, oh, you are what all the fuss is about.
I think so. And I want to beg for help.
You're gonna beg for help? Yes, go and beg for help for me.
Okay, I have a +1 ongoing.
Remember, you do have a +1 ongoing until you meet Ishmael again.
Pathos. I need to switch dice. I have to switch dice.
No!
I got a 4.
You got a 4.
I got a 4. I'm switching dice. This is bullshit.
Please switch dice.
I don't think I've passed yet.
You've done like conditional passes, I think.
Not this half. I don't think I've gotten anything. Not this half.
I think how this manifests is that as soon as this happens, before this woman can even give you an answer to your plight, you hear the large sounds of beating wings.
Does she look excited, feared at the sound of these wings? Like, what kind of look is she getting? I know it's not good for me.
I think she looks up, looks at you, and I imagine that she's like leaning she's like on the ground floor of her like apartment, and you're like right outside her window. She hears that, looks at you, reaches out for the knobs on her windows, and closes it.
Just closes it to my face.
She doesn't want none of this. She saw the vibe. She heard the wing. She wants. It doesn't matter how she personally feels about it. She doesn't want to be involved. And you hear the beating of 3 pairs of wings.
Okay, I'm gonna take cover. I'm gonna try it.
Yes.
I am not an expert in Shadow Greek mythology, but I know what the Furies are.
Oh, absolutely. I think like that. The Invisible Sun is an interesting place where myth can sometimes come to life, and there's truth to myth. And here we are seeing truth to myth. And as you kind of like take cover and try to maneuver your way out of this situation, you hear 3 loud thunks on the different parts of the rooftop as you're hiding in the shadows. And you hear 3 of them like mutter and exchange words. And you hear another very close by as you are hiding a very heavy thunk into the alleyway. No. A very, very tall, very muscular, medium length hair individual, adorned in armor and in the accents of red, carrying a large greatsword, winged, is Electo.
Our Electo?
Not our Electo,
okay, yeah.
but
looks like our Electo.
But looks like our Electo, but is a Fury.
Sorry, when you were starting to describe that, Maris' first thoughts were like, "Mommy, what, mommy?"
Yeah, mommy. Yep. No, it's Electo. And this Electo, this individual you have looked upon and are dear friends with, who you have stolen from, is now stood before you.
Who I've seen use
in
their sword
righteous armor
multiple times.
And is dangerously close by. What would you like to do?
I would like to press myself. I like to think that there is, even though it's on the ground floor, there's like an elevated porch. So I'm hiding under that, trying to stay out of their eyesight. The last thing I want is an Electo who looks just as capable, if not more, than our Electo.
This is Electo decked out.
Yeah. With the full force of the Empress of a Warden behind Rem. And I want to just, like, hide and just wait for them to leave before I can continue on.
This sounds like a recklessly flee.
But, well, hide, quote unquote.
Yeah, I would say either taking a prove your love because you're taking a significant risk by not fleeing, or recklessly flee.
I'm going to say recklessly flee if we can, like, flavor it to hiding.
Flavor it, yeah, we can easily do that. I just didn't know if you would prefer to roll with passion.
I don't want to roll with passion, please.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll with philosophy, which is a +1, and then I also have a +1 ongoing.
All right. It's a +2 total. Why? Why do you keep failing?
I don't know. That's a 5 total.
No!
You are also going away. What the actual fuck is going on?
Please cleanse your dice. So what happens?
I can't. These are my Acacia dice. Like, I can't. You better not fuck me over on Saturday.
Yeah. So you attempt to hide. I imagine there are like barrels and crates nearby, furniture that you make using your magic, like press yourself small.
As small as
to
possible.
Not as small as possible to not make any attention. You hear the heavy footsteps walk past. And just as you exhale, thinking you're safe enough, hey, Mare, would you like to tell me an animal you associate Kiran with?
Oh no. Oh god. Not a danger noodle. A fluffy danger noodle. Like a weasel.
A fluffy danger noodle?
Like a weasel or a ferret.
I imagine there's like a panel of wood just above you. And all you hear is a crack as Electo pulls the wooden paneling from above you and says in that very familiar, sultry Electo voice,
No.
There you are, little weasel. And just grabs you from like your collar.
Yeah, I can't fight that. I know I can't fight that.
And you cannot fight this because as soon as they do so, the other two Furies descend and form a triangular around you. And the other two Furies, one of them is very, very thin and lithe looking, with short cropped hair. She wears a helmet over her face, so you're unable to see what her face looks like underneath the helmet. And you see another one who is decked in, it seems like perhaps a more higher up level of armor, perhaps the leader of the Furies here. And she looks at you, removes her helmet, and she has dark brown wavy hair that sits on her shoulders, and bright gray eyes that focus on you. And part of her jaw is bone. You just see like the inside of her bone, like her jawline here. And she looks at you and looks at Electo. Good work. I think it is time we brought this person to our Empress's attention. And Electo, holding onto your collar, beats their wings, looks at, and the rest of them do, and as they do so, go, as you command, Megara. And they take off flying.
I thought you said I was gonna turn into like a weasel.
No, you're not going to turn into a weasel. I just wanted to pull an Electoism of calling people little rabbits or any other type of animal.
Though. It would have been amusing.
Yeah, it would be very funny, but that doesn't seem like an Electo Fury magic, because we know how the Furies be. You are now in the air, being flown over the entirety of Catalfolk.
I think they are like holding on to Electo's arm as well, just in case they won't accidentally let go. I don't want to fall. But I'm holding on.
I think noticing that you're holding on, Electo swings you into a fireman carry. You're being held.
Oh god.
Bridal style. And this is probably not a position you're used to being in. And as they continue flying, you see where they're taking you. They're taking you to that large, elegant palace, sat perched upon a cliff looking over the entirety of Catapult. You see people, the denizens on the streets, point excitedly at you and at the Furies flying you past.
I'm glad they're getting a show.
They're having a great time. The three people that were gossiping earlier are cheering. They're having a great time. And it takes mere minutes for you to arrive upon the steps of the palace staircase leading up to the palace proper. And you are placed in, I don't want to say, yeah, so I think you are restrained at this point. And you are basically being led by Electo and the other two Furies, Megara, and whose name is vanishing from my brain for whatever moment, but the other one as well. Tisiphone, there we go. It's come back. And as they are marching, you arrive at the lobby of the palace. And you look at the inside of this palace and you go, this is looking more and more like a building of bureaucracy than it does a elegant royal palace. You see people bustling about carrying documents, large amounts of contracts, and you see someone carrying boxes and boxes labeled with keepsakes of the dead on the boxes.
My eyes look at it.
Your eyes look at it and they're like shuffling past. And as you are waiting and sat here with these Furies who are pretty important, They press a button on a little machine in the corner of the room and take a number.
Even the Furies have to get a little number.
Yes!
Embarrassing.
People die all the time. There are more pressing matters. uh, and you see them walk up towards the secretary. You see Electo walk up to the secretary because Megra gives them a look. And Ray go over to the secretary that sat behind the counter. And she is just this skeletal individual dressed in like a nice secretary's like office wear. And her chattering bones greet Electo and say, "Good afternoon, Electo. How can I assist you?" And Electo says, "We need to get to meet the Empress. Her quarry has been caught. I think we can surpass the regular number scheduling." And she goes, "I'm sorry, but unfortunately, we've had an influx of issues recently. A Soul of the Dead has also moved out of their schedule. Oh God, what is the word? Like, when you're trying to bring someone in to the office or something. But yeah, that process. And it's like, they didn't arrive for their intake process. We have no idea where he currently is, and because of that, everything's just thrown into flux. You will have to wait your turn. And you see Electo looks at her and goes, "It is 8 numbers long." And she goes, "I'm sorry, I can't make an exception for the Furies because then even the courtiers will ask for an exception. I'm sorry, it is merely policy." As they like, and you see, you can feel this Electo, although different from your Electo. The feeling of Electo fuming feels like a universal thing of all Electos.
Fair. I also would hate to be stuck in this DMV-esque. It's terrible.
And as this happens, you see courtiers dressed in elegant robes, as you're being brought back to waiting chairs, little plush cushioned chairs where you are sat between all the Furies right
so
right by
funny.
you. And you see courtiers come in, and they're carrying keepsake boxes. And as they sit down on a desk, like a little coffee table and plush seating, just adjacent from you, you see that there is a box of keepsakes. And these courtiers are chatting. And they say, "Yep, that's all of them. Anything that looks remotely romantic, I picked up and had the shades brought in." And you see them looking at like 5 boxes. One of the courtiers and says, "And why did you ask for this?" And you say, "Well," and the other person says, "Well, the Empress said that they wanted to speak to the fugitive, bargaining chips, etc." And they were like, "Huh, interesting." And they're just chatting away. As this is happening, what would you like to do?
I look at the Furies that I'm just sitting in the middle of, just tiny little person comparatively.
Yeah, you like Alexa's taking most of this like sofa that you're sat on, and like Tisiphone is the really scrawny one that's taking a tiny space in the corner.
And you said I was basically
Mega standing.
You said I was restrained, like handcuffed, quote unquote.
You're not you're not like I'm imagining it more like a hang like a lead on your arms. So not like metallic handcuffs. It's like rope. It's
Okay.
like Wonder Woman's lasso of truth sort of situation.
Okay. In that case, what I would like to do is I would like to slowly stand up. I'm not like making like a show to run or anything, but like I want to start pacing.
Okay.
And if they give me any looks, I just want to look at them and be like, where the fuck am I gonna go?
I think you pace for a little bit, and then Electo says, "Is waiting an additional 5 minutes too long for you, little weasel?"
I really wish you wouldn't call me that.
Taking in the back route, hiding out in little small cramped spaces. What else could you be?
I'm not saying I don't want. I just don't like it.
Nods.
You're not wrong. Okay?
Nods. Do you ask that question of where they're going to take you?
No, because I kind of know. Empress wants to see me. But
Empress just want to see you.
I mostly want to start pacing back and forth and use this opportunity to also glance at the keepsakes.
Glance over at the keepsakes. You glance over at the keepsakes on the other side. And as you do so, you see a bunch of crap. Just a bunch of random crap not related to you, right? You see a wilting rose inside of a glass case. And they begin removing these items. So that helps you a little bit. And they seem to be like coding them. And you see like wilting rose inside of a glass case. You see a plethora of like flowers and bookmarks and little crystal balls and really like locks with people's names engraved on it. And it's definitely not you or Ishmael's. And also that's just so tacky. Ishmael would hate to do that.
Oh God, he absolutely would.
He hates that idea. And as they're like pulling out more and more items, you're just looking, wow, they looked for a bunch of bargaining chips and none of them fit. And then they pull a long chain upwards with a pendant. And this is really interesting because you recognize this. It is a very interesting item frozen in time. It is the necklace of Ishmael's that he uses to access his office, but before it was made into that key, it was in that juxtaposition after they were after losing you and gaining your necklace, putting your pendant on the same chain, and before fusing them into a key. It is a keepsake frozen in time and space of a very particular moment in time.
And I think I just stare at it. Like, knowing I'm being watched by the Furies, there's a lot of people, and I feel so dejected out of my last leg of the journeys on how poor my luck has been. I can't get myself to move to grab it, but I do stare at it.
You do stare at it. And the courtier notices you staring. You see a plump individual. He's got a very, very manicured mustache and a tiny little goatee. He is balding. He wears elegant robes, and he notices you looking at the keepsake. And notices that you, unlike many of the denizens here, are vibrant with color. And also you're surrounded by 3 Furies. That can't be just a nobody. You know.
Fair.
Fair. And he looks at you and you're pacing, and you have a bit of a lead away from Electo, so there is some space to have a conversation here. And it seems that Electo glances every now and then, but seems quite assured that you're tethered to them. And you hear this courtier whisper at you, "Psst. Oh, you must be the famous Kiran Asra. Yes. Oh, messy business, this circumstance of yours."
May I please have that pendant?
He looks at this, looks at you, and he says, of course. This is a keepsake of you and your
Ishmael.
husband, Ishmael. Oh yeah, that one's been through a bit of trouble himself.
Is he okay? What's been going on?
And you see the courtier raise an eyebrow. He smiles at you with a look that you would be familiar with. It is a similar look that you know Ishmael gets when he has clocked the heart of his quarry in a contracting situation. And this courtier looks at you, Kiran, and says, "And for what price? That information as well as the keepsake are both extremely valuable to you." And I think he thinks about it, and he looks at you expectantly.
What does the dead need? Or what does the dead want? I can give you memories, emotions. Hell, my left foot.
You see, he thinks about it. And he says, "For the information, I will ask only one thing for the information."
What is it?
And he says, "Request me to represent you in the conversations with her empress."
Why?
Just because we're dead doesn't mean ambitions die along with it. There are ranks to be acquired, thresholds to cross.
Are you gonna throw me under the proverbial bus if you represent me?
Oh, I'm not there to necessarily throw you under the bus. I will merely sit there as an advocate. I will only do or instruct what you instruct me to do. If you want me to plead your innocence, I will plead your innocence. If you want me to plead some other fashion, I can also do so. I just want the Empress to look upon me and recognize me. Networking.
And throughout this entire time, especially since leaving other Ishmael and getting here and getting shafted and getting found by Electo and the other Furies, this is the first time Kiran hasn't felt like alone, regardless of what they say is genuine or not. You just want to come in and you just want to talk to the Empress, or at least be in her presence so she doesn't completely forget about you next time you cross paths ever so briefly.
Exactly.
Fine, sure.
In exchange. And with that, as you promise that, out of thin air, a papyrus appears. And you see a wax seal put onto that papyrus. And you recognize it. It is in the image of a serpent with pansies on it. And he grabs it out of thin air. Contract is a contract. and pockets it.
Ishmael will
And as
kill
he
me for
looks,
making that contract.
oh, and then you said, "Oh, funny that you brought that up. It seems that your husband has also made a contract of his own."
Okay. What kind of contract? Is he okay?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Are they?
Mostly in one piece.
I don't like that.
They're fine. Nothing they didn't consent to.
Do you know where they are?
Oh no, that's what this whole hubbub is about.
You don't know where he is.
We know that they have crossed into the threshold of the desecrated orchard. We can only wait for him to emerge.
Fuck. And I'll just kind of like pause and look off in the direction where that tug is going.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just.
And the tug, it feels so faint. It's like, feeling the vibration of your phone beneath several pillowcases. And you try to hone in and you hear this individual look at you and smile very knowingly and say, that husband of yours really will do anything to keep you safe in life and in death.
And likewise.
Smiles and says, oh, the deals he struck with your aunt.
I'm sorry, what? Tell me.
Oh, what do you not know?
That's why I'm asking you. Tell me. I'm not going to ask a third time.
And with that, he holds the little keepsake in his hand and exhales on it. And you see an image now in the third person of Ishmael meeting your aunt, leader of the revelation. And you hear this courtier say, oh, the things he wanted to protect you from. Dynasty of the Asras, the greed of the revelation of Amone, and he only had one bargaining chip, himself. And you see this image as it plays of him and of Ishmael and Amone arguing. And then you see Ishmael relent.
What are they arguing about?
Well, you. And then you hear Amone say, look, if I can't have my nibblings help with this particular scenario, then I will have to resort to other means of acquiring their help. And you see Ishmael arguing back, you will not drag Kiran into this. I will not allow it. Not as long as I hold breath, I will not allow it. And then she smiles. That's something you can do. You are admittedly a skilled Goetic. You can drop some contracts for me. Help me acquire some of that vacuum my brother left behind. And you see Ishmael realize he's been backed into a corner and says one word that perhaps hurts you. Fine. And as this happens, you hear a tug from Electo. And Electo says, our number is up.
They kind of tug me, but I turn back to the courtier again. Quick, what do you want for the keepsake?
That's between you and the Empress now.
Fine.
And he walks by you, and Electo like looks at him, looks at you. The courtier holds up this papyrus, and Electo goes, bottom feeder, and just continues walking forward. And you arrive. Grand bony halls of the main throne room of the palace of Shalad, Empress of the Pale. The throne is not empty. She is sat there. Her pale visage, her bony arms lingering upon the armrests of the throne and look upon you. It is quiet. There are a handful of courtiers here, perhaps her most prized inner circle. And as you approach, brought in by the Furies, you are untethered from your restraints. And standing by you is the courtier that speaks. And before you, Empress Shalad, and her mechanical owl sits perched on her shoulder, Scalifus.
I do want to give the courtier, like, a slight shake of my head, like, I want to handle this. You look pretty.
Okay. He's happy with that. He stands there and looks pretty.
I want to bow to the Empress respectfully. Much more respectfully than the first time I talked to her.
Yes. You see her raise her eyebrow in interest and raise her bony finger to ask you to rise. And turns her head towards your advocate and says, will the right honorable gentleman say their opening sentences for the accused? Forgive me, I am merely here to provide accompaniment, nothing more, your Royal Empress. And looks upon you. My client
Moral support.
would like to, moral support indeed, would rather speak for themselves. And steps aside.
Your Highness, forgive me my bluntness. I know your court has its rules and its intricacies and its patterns to follow, but I would like to just get to the heart of the matter.
Well, that has not stopped you before in our conversation on our boat, trespasser. Speak.
I'm looking for my husband. And I find out that you also don't know where he is. Let me find him and let us go. I beg you, please. You'll get what you want, I'll leave.
I do not get what I want. You get what you want and then get to leave. 'Tis no bargain. 'Tis no deal you are trying to build with me, to strike with me. It is merely a misty subterfuge. But I am not so befuddled as my... And she gestures to the courtier. As my denizens here. I am not an individual to be trifled with. This is my realm. This is the realm for the dead. The dead have no business in life, for they are what they are, dead.
He was unjustly murdered.
Oh. So are many souls that come to my domain. Should I take pity on them as well? Release them back into Satyrine.
Not everyone will make the trek that I will, though. Doesn't that say something?
Does. I must admit no mortal has come as far as you have. Well, her eyes pan away somewhere. Almost the only one. Looks back at you.
I just smile wryly and hope that the other Ishmael is doing better.
You smile wryly, and she says, "And I will give you that. Your tenacity and perseverance are the things that make legends. The people that will go through any lengths for their love. But will you truly? Or are they just words?"
I won't know if you don't let me try. Why end the story short? Don't you want to see how this ends? I'm sure you have been bored by court and ruling over your realm, doing the same thing in and day out. Don't you want to see something different? Have a little excitement? I'm sure this hasn't bored you. My entrance.
You hear the owl Escalifus hoot. And you had to do a double take because hoot almost sounds like a light chuckle. She looks at Escalifus and looks at you. You're right. This has been quite entertaining, but I do not think you have, either of you, have what it takes.
You dismiss us
Humor
so
me, then.
easily.
Not so easily. Humor me, then. And she raises a bony hand and brings forth a basin made out of gold with intricate designs around it, and the designs are serpents reaching for a pomegranate. And inside is water dyed deep black. A trial for you. You wish to see your husband, so be it. This basin shall illuminate the shroud upon which your husband wears to go unseen in my domain. But it unveils all truths. Will you be strong enough to finally see through the looking glass? Or will you falter like everyone before you?
I don't answer. I just put my hands on both sides of the bowl.
She raises her finger. And she says, "If you succeed, let me sweeten the deal. You find your husband, I let you go. And I hand you this." And she drapes, almost like out of nowhere, that necklace in front of you. And she says, "How you will fare after that will be up to you, Kiran Asra."
You've set the terms so sweetly. How can I refuse?
And she nods. You prepare yourself. And put your head into the water.
Yeah.
To look upon.
I'd like to make an argument for what I rolled. Because the action of sticking the head into and like, you know, agreeing to the terms feels like a prove your love roll. But I also tried to stir emotion and her heart with my speech prior. And
You did.
I'd like to make some kind of compromise, whether it's stir the heart or like rolling averaging out my stats or something like that.
I think a stir the heart feels appropriate for this, actually.
Okay, perfect.
Because of what's about to happen, I think this feels more appropriate than prove your love.
Okay, then I'm going to roll with a plus
Go ahead and roll.
3.
Let's go.
9.
9 total?
9 total.
All right. When you stir the heart, you conjure a powerful emotion, the denizen, through song or verse. On 7 to 9, your voice captivates them, offering you an opportunity. You are given this opportunity to look into this water before you. And you see glimpses of Ishmael's journey. You see him knelt by Atiail, letting them go. That one glimpse of a moment. You see Ishmael looking at a metronome longingly, and then holding your father at the scruff of his neck.
You go, Angel Eyes.
You see him getting absolutely ass handed to him by a bog, swamp, hounds, and trees and twigs. And you see a bargain being struck. And you see your Angel Eyes lose his namesake. And then you see him walk into Saturday? No, it's not quite white. The colors are not seeping the same. And you see the truth. You see it there. And as you do so, because it's a 7 and a 9, there will be some complications.
That's fair.
You contemplate that and you realize, okay, no, this must be attached to this city of the dead. It has to be. It must be some adjacent space, some adjacent space that exists here. And just as you think that, space, cramping, quiet space, and you see a darkened room. You see from the third person perspective, Ishmael at his leant against his desk, speaking to Amone. And he snarls in his own way, "I'm done playing your games, Amone. This ends now. End your search for Kiran, and I will not rain hellfire upon." And you see Amone glance up at him, and she says, "You and what army, Ishmael?" He says, "I'm a master goetic now. The halls are at my disposal." And she looks at him, sighs. "I wish you didn't have to say that. It was I that gifted that to you. And here you are, spurning it in my face." And Ishmael says, "Well, you should have made better deals." And she says, "You should keep better watch of your office." And appearing from behind him, a shadowy form grasps him over his shoulders and stabs him in the chest.
I think at that, I pull my head out of the basin, gasping for air, fury on my face, wiping my hair out of my face, this black ichor just falling down my skin. I whip my head around at the Empress. "Give me the keepsake, I'm leaving. I have shit I need to do."
And she looks at you and she says, "Fury is a new look upon you, Kiranasa."
I'm not going to ask again.
Tosses the keepsake at you. And you're dexterous as fuck. You can capture it as stylishly as you can. And she says,
No. Quickest way out. Where?
and she looks at Electo, and Electo walks by you, and Electo says, "I'll take you." And as you prepare to leave, the Empress says, "Your trials are not yet over, Kiran Asra. Will your love endure?" As the large bone double doors close behind you. And there we end Kiran in the City of the Dead.
Love her. She's a queen.
Love her. She's a queen.
She's a queen.
You're right. You're right. This is fun for her, but also gotta have prizes. But now it's my turn. It's my turn to suffer now.
It's your turn. I'm gonna put my worksheet over there. I'm gonna grab your worksheet so I can look at stuff. And we're gonna move into the final book. Book 8. The original name of this book is Ishmael at the River of Oblivion. But I've renamed it to Ishmael at Zeros.
At Zeros?
Ishmael,
Okay.
you find yourself in an alley, washed away of color, just this pale, pale gray with mist on the ground. There is no way behind you when you turn to come back to at least look the way you came back into the desecrated orchards. You just see a wall. The walls and brick of this alley go as high as you can see. But ahead of you, you see a very familiar looking door. A door that you've seen many times in Fartown. Only at night. It only shows up in Fartown, nowhere else in Saturnine. A door, plain, strong, wooden, paint chipping, and a flickering neon sign above it that says Zeros. Zeros, you know, especially as a Goetic, any Vizsla that exists and lives in Saturnine knows of Zeros. It is a bar. The rumor is that Zeros is a demon who has since turned themselves into a bar. And it shows up in Saturnine and Fartown, but it also shows up under other suns.
Okay.
You have been here with friends with Kiran before, and every time you enter it is different. It looks different. Because as you know, demons change their shape all the time.
Don't I know it?
And so you see a familiar door with a familiar sign in a familiar bar, though whether its interior will be familiar to you is something else.
Mm-hmm.
You only have one option, and that's to enter.
Yep. And you see Ishmael look around, initially contemplating how he made such a wrong turn into Saturnine, but that's clearly not the case. Looks at this bar and he goes, "Maybe they'll be nice to me because I'm a regular," and then enters the door.
You open the door to Zeros, and inside is a bar you haven't seen yet. It is not familiar. You've seen it as dive bars, as a penny arcade with drinks being served almost like at a casino. Some bougie ass shit. Kiran found that one boring.
Shit.
It didn't have character. But
this is stylish.
This time it is almost like you're entering a wet, not like damp, annoying wet, but a cool, misty, wet cavern. There are stone bookshelves that raise up and up and up, and you see a couple stories, 2, 3, 4. You hear the sound of water replacing what would normally be music, echoing throughout the establishment. And you see people, most of them dead. Because you know enough about zeros. When you enter, most of the clientele is from the sun you're currently under. Most of the time, not always. Behind the bar, you see a... familiar is not the right term because just like the bar itself, the bartender changes, but they say it is zero, or at least part of zero, so of course it's going to change. You see a single eyeball on top of a casual suit, pouring drinks for clientele. And behind it, the special on the board says Lethe. A drink of Lethe. You see people drowning away their sorrows. Some people are followed by people who look similar to the bartender, in long dark robes, humanoid, but their head is just an eyeball, and they seem to be advisors talking to hopeful dead, or dead who have heavy thoughts on their minds, some of which are sipping a cool, clear liquid before they're let off somewhere else. What do you do? What are your thoughts?
Well, what do I do? What are my thoughts? Good question. I think Ishmael looks at all of this. He's a learned man. He knows the vibes of Lethe. Whether they have the same application here like they do in the myth, that's something to be determined. And he kind of enters the bar, and there's only one drink being given, right?
No, that just seems to be the special of the day.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the only
Ishmael,
drink.
Awesome. Okay, so Ishmael goes to the bar, and he looks at the bartender, and he says, "I'm feeling particularly nostalgic today. May I please have a glass of the Morning Star drink?" And I imagine that is the name of the cocktail that Ishmael and Kiran shared when they were in Speakeasy for the first time.
The bartender nods at you and begins mixing up this mixed drink. And what eventually is placed before you in a martini glass is this. It's more light than liquid.
Looks like exactly how it looks when I usually order it. Thank you, bartender. Pulls a cheers, takes a sip, and asks the bartender, "So what do the dead do in Zeros here? Drink, speak, companionship?"
It's not the bartender who answers you. You know from experience the bartender at Zeros doesn't really talk.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, from your right, a couple seats down at the bar, you see a singular soul not accompanied by a psychopomp, guides of the dead. And he is a gruff older gentleman, tan skin, wavy, like a beard, like unkempt and long hair. Hands that look like they are used to working and building. And he answers you. Suffer upon our regrets in the life we had and the mistakes we did. And he takes a drink.
Are many of them plaguing you, my friend?
Yeah, I guess you can say that.
Well, Ishmael picks up his drink, walks down the different seats at the bar so he can sit closer to this gentleman, sits down, looks at him. I remember a time in my living life that I felt that way. Perhaps I can Perhaps I can show you the compassion that was shown me that day. Ishmael Kadir.
He holds out his hand. Daedalus.
Oh, okay. Hello. All right. Okay. Sup, Daedalus.
Sup, dude?
And you see Ishmael smiles. Like the Greek myth.
The one and only.
What troubles you then, good sir?
Redemption?
I find
I guess.
redemption.
More whether I deserve it or not.
What do you need to be redeemed from?
He points at the drink, the specials board. You familiar with the drink of Lethe?
If it functions similarly to the stories of yore, then yes.
Souls ready to be reincarnated, drink it, forget, and move on. I've got my card. I can drink it. But am I allowed to forget my mistakes for being a fuck up? Do I deserve it?
What
I
are
killed
these
my
mistakes
son.
that plague you? Icarus. Yes?
Yeah.
Flown too close to the sun. I cannot begin to imagine the loss of a child. I am no father myself.
Save yourself the pain.
But I do feel like I have a tangential attachment. There's a girl when I was alive whom I cared about most deeply. She felt like a younger sister, perhaps even a daughter to me. And if anything were to happen to her and the blame borne seemingly mine, I feel like I can understand your pain now.
I just feel like I shouldn't be rewarded for the things I've done with a fresh start. You know?
And what would be a more apt future for you in your mind?
I don't know. But just forgetting about it, acting like they never existed, that I didn't mess up, I don't think that's right either.
Ishmael really intently listens, and I think he is imagining himself in that position. If he had failed to protect April, and if April...
You mean Lillian?
Sorry, not April. Sorry, Lillian, yeah. And if
April,
Lillian...
we love you.
April, we love you and miss you. And if Lillian had gone hurt because Ishmael couldn't protect her adequately in that final fight, he probably would feel the same way. And I think if this gentleman so allows, hold the shoulder and say, I don't claim to understand what is right or wrong, punishments, carrying the sins of our past. But what I would like to believe, for what it is worth, that how we acknowledge our failures in the past and how we move on with them, how we choose to continue. I think that too has meaning. I know this is not particularly helpful, but not a clear-cut answer, but I think the only one that can determine whether you are worthy of forgiveness, of a new start, of rebirth, is you.
Whether you have
And I would like...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think you were going to say the same exact thing I was.
I think Ishmael would just say after that, but I wonder if this is what your son would have wanted me.
Whether you have any questions or not, I'd like you to show tenderness.
Yeah, I don't think he has any questions. I think he just feels bad.
That's okay.
Okay, that is Pathos. Pathos is, I have a -1, so that's just a +1. That is a 10, exactly. 9 on the die, 10.
Well, don't you have a -1 right now?
Yeah, so my Pathos is +2, so it's just a +1.
Oh,
so
okay.
9 + 1.
Okay.
So that's 10 total.
Daedalus takes another sip of his drink. And he smiles a little bit. I don't think he would have. I think I'll stew on it a little more. The drink isn't going anywhere. The river's not going anywhere. Thank you.
Ishmael nods, keeps him company. There's certainly no rush.
So, what about you? What are you doing here?
Apparently pursuing great folly. I'm looking for my husband. Sorry, my partner.
Are they here? Are they dead?
No, they're alive, and I suspect they are here for me. And I know that the Empress takes not kindly to trespassers.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, so you see the need to find them.
They've been in the paper. Yeah.
The paper?
The paper.
What do the papers say of their fate?
And you can't really see it because it's on the other side of him. But he had like a Letterman's bag hanging from his side.
Oh.
And he'll rummage into it and just put out the Pale Times. And just puts it on the counter.
I love that we still have publications in the realm of the dead. Keep up to date with your loved ones. And Ishmael will read to see what it says about Kiran.
On the front page is a photo of the pale sky of 3 winged humanoids, the Furies, flying off towards the palace of the Empress. One of them being fireman's carrying one who looks suspiciously like Electo. Fireman's carrying Kiran. And the article goes into how Kiran talked with the Empress, and there was a deal, and she let him go.
Ishmael reads that, sees like the Electo-looking Fury, and kind of goes, "That looks like no, it can't be." And then like reads on about the deal.
Electo is a scary Fury.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I don't see what's so funny about it, but okay.
The Electo I know is a misunderstood beast. But enough reminiscing. And then he like reads onward and realizes that Kiran struck a deal. And he kind of worries a little bit. Why would she let him go? Why would she let them go? What deal was struck?
I don't know, but either they talked really good or they hit some heartstrings, but they had some kind of deal and she let them go. But
can't be that easy.
I don't think it is either, but it means they're not rotting in a jail or kicked out of the Pale, so they're not being hunted anymore. There was a big hunt a while for them.
I heard. This is very, very helpful. Thank you, friend. And like pushes the newspaper back towards Daedalus.
They push it back forward to you, like they don't need it, so if you wanted it, you can take it.
Thank you. And like Ishmael like tries to see if he can discern more from the. I'm assuming none of the deal is written there. The Empress would never
No, no,
do
no, no,
that.
no, no, no.
Um, but whether direction that Kiran went to, like what the expectation is from the rest of the Pale.
The last thing that was mentioned was Electo leading them somewhere off the grounds of the Empress.
Okay, so they're under the protection of one of the strongest, if they are anything like my Elector, one of the strongest individuals I know. So I have, and I think he'll hone in on the tug, see if he feels it.
It's more like a tug, like throughout your whole being. Not leading you anywhere specific, but they're close. They're very close. So close you should
I,
probably just wait.
yeah, I think Ishmael like sits here and he feels that like thrill of like anticipation. Takes a deep breath, orders another glass of Morning Star, and says, well, it seems like I have a very hot date coming through.
Do you need something to kill the time?
Certainly. What do you have in mind?
Well, they motion everywhere. The library, the unwritten library, all the books that will never be written in outside of the Pale, the living world. They motion up into the third floor far back.
Mm-hmm.
There's also Hecate, her office, but I would not recommend going there. She likes to be alone and be quite honest, the scholars, and they motion to the robe scholars that are tending the shelves, don't particularly like her, but she's a goddess, so what are they gonna do?
Ishmael like listens to these options and he says, I think I personally have had my fill with hermits today.
There's a couple more
But
ideas if you'd be willing to
oh,
listen.
continue, yes.
They kind of motion to behind the bartender. Can always make things easier on yourself and forget, which I don't think you want to do. But also, on the other hand, you can go and remember. There is another drink of memory that replaces the memories of those lost or lost when you drink Lethe, the river of Lethe. There's also Hephaestus's forge. And they chuckle and like point off to like a far corner where you see really out of place amidst this very like old, cool toned room, an item that is in every Zero's bar, and it's a love tester machine, and you see the neon lights just moving as it just faintly plays music. Like, this is in every Zero's bar regardless of what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
The love tester. But I'm sure you've seen that before.
Oh, I certainly have, yes.
And if you want some gossip, you can read the graffiti in the bathrooms, because that's also never leaves. Regardless of which Zeros you're in.
I think the things that are tempting him the most, as far as he's concerned, there isn't a memory he needs to remember, I don't think. It's either the library or the love tester machine, because that looks like fun. That looks bright and fun. And he's bright and fun because he's had a rough time getting here. He looks a mess. So, you know what? We'll go and check out the love tester machine. Why not?
Sure. Before you leave, Daedalus puts a strong, rough hand on your shoulders. Thank you.
No thanks are necessary between friends. I hope, whatever choice you make, that you find peace.
And as you walk away, you hear Daedalus say to the bartender, "I'd like to order a glass of Lethe."
You go, Daedalus. It's okay.
You head back to
Ishmael smiles.
You head back to the love tester machine. It's
Yeah.
got old brassy metal, like fading in some spots just from wear and use. It's really old fashioned. I'm always thinking like the what you would find at an old carnival or circus, like in entertainment aisles. The lights move up and down, and like, you know what you have to do. You need to put your hand right on where that indentation is, and then it'll test your love.
Sure. This sounds like fun. Test my love. This is. He's just there being like, I do not know what is a greater test of love than death, so come at me.
Okay.
I gave my arm for this. He like presses the literal arm he gave to have his the wedding ring, that Kiran's wedding ring. So he's like, hit me, machine.
So what we're gonna do? We're going back to IS with the Sooth deck, baby.
No, fear, not the card.
I have pulled. Oh, okay. I have pulled Notions, Cats, Clocks, and Wind, value of 8, the Lost Star. Meanings: good or bad luck, great distance, great age, and great value.
The cards fucking know. What the
Always.
fuck?
Even when we don't play IS.
Even when we don't play IS. What wizardry?
We gaze into the night sky and we see the stars shining back down on us. We wonder what they really are, but that's a secret for another time. Stars represent the higher world, where everything is magnified. Everything having to do with the stars is far greater than it would be in our world. Love burns brighter, gems sparkle more beautifully, and children sing more sweetly. At the same time, disasters are more calamitous, anger seethes more deeply, and armies wage wars far longer. And so this card is all about good or bad fortune. But it's determined on good or bad fortune, determined by the card played after it on the path. So we're going to play the next card.
Next card. Oh, God.
All right, let's go.
Oh, what did you pull?
Card 41. Value of 0. Mysteries, rats, mirrors, and stone. The Jackal.
Fuck off. Not the fucking jackal.
Intimidation, power, ruthlessness, dark magic, and necromancy. This intimidating fellow is a dread figure to be certain. The jackal represents everything non-sphere about Vizsla, threatening displays of destructive power, dark, soul-twisting spells, ruthless, unforgiving magic that taps into death, demons, and worse. Power for power's sake, he is a selfish, megalomaniacal figure willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. The jackal is the nemesis of the Mysteries family. Many believe, however, that he's a literal being and not a symbol on a card. Some believe all the royalty cards show real immortal beings. If he is real, he is some kind of diabolic figure that not only uses dark magic, but offers it to others willing to use his methods. So.
Oh, God.
The machine spits out a card.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at it,
does it normally do that?
No, it doesn't. Normally it does the lights and it goes up and down, and it stops and like love, hot stuff, like, you know, all that fun stuff.
I was just like, I just need to know if this is like one of those machines that like spits out a little receipt or a card when you like play it.
It does this time.
Okay. I'm like, oh, this is not how this is supposed to go. Continue.
And it says, your love is strong, but will it survive the perilous path ahead?
See Ishmael like sigh, and if you don't mind, Mayor, I think like he looks at a reflective glass in this establishment, of which there are many.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to think he sees the face of the jackal that taunted him and his friends all those years ago.
Absolutely.
And is taunting him again now. And he's just like, bitch. All right. Yeah, and I guess he's done with the love machine. Is there still time to kill?
As you turn around from the love machine, there are patrons everywhere, as I said before. The dead drinking lethe or just talking with their pale guides throughout the afterlife, trying to determine whether it's their time to move on. You catch someone's eye, or you catch their eye across the establishment, and they look very familiar. Achingly familiar, as you see someone you have met several times. He's crashed on your couch several times. He
Don't fucking tell me. No.
looks so much like Kiran, even more so than Kiran looks like their father. It's more accurate to say that Kiran looks like him. You see Kiran's uncle, Camille. Dark, messy hair, lots of 5 o'clock shadow, wearing very warm but worn clothes, staring at you with his back to the wall, reading a book, and drinking out of a cracked, gray chipped mug, whose handle has fallen off and been glued on more times than you can count.
My dear audience members, please know that this bastard of a man is also known as the Misery Maker. And is so petty that Ishmael sighs so defeatedly as he says, "Of course, not even in death am I spared him." And will, because he knows Camille, you've already locked eyes. Time to go sit down. Bye, Camille. This is just how it is. Don't want to make him angry.
It's like that auntie you just can't get away from.
Just can't get away from.
Hey Val, were you ever expecting this motherfucker to show up?
No, not in the pail.
He's alive, FYI.
I know. I can tell that this fucker is alive.
And as you approach, he kind of raises your mug, Kiran's mug, in greeting. Hey kid, looks like you got shafted. What happened?
Raises a glass and pulls out a chair and sits down. Oh, well, nasty family business.
And he raises an eyebrow at you. Really? Obviously not your dad's. What the fuck did my sister do?
She just gestures to the literal hole in his chest.
You really made her fucking mad.
Yeah, I didn't want to give her what she wanted.
Mistake number 1. You talk to her.
Mistake number 1 is talking to her.
Yeah, absolutely. Why do you think I avoid her? I avoid her.
I wish for your aptitude in avoiding trouble in this manner.
Easily. Easy. Fuck off to another son.
Like you're doing now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm doing it legally too. Unlike my little nibbling.
So you're aware?
I am very aware. I don't know what they were thinking. Probably not much, since they just motion at you.
And you see Ishmael nod, burying a sarcastic comment deep within his bones. And he just nods and he says, "Well, I am expecting their arrival soon," and his eyes keep lingering onto the mug. "Did you bring that from my home here?"
No, surprisingly, I found it on the path here, in the pail.
And you picked it up and are drinking from something you picked up off the ground?
It's a good mug. I don't have any mugs. You know I'm homeless.
I suppose so.
Finders keepers. And he just takes another drink, daring you to argue with him.
Ishmael is not going to argue with him, but will say, yes, but that is a broken and chipped mug. Perhaps I can offer you something else for it.
Kid, does it look like I care about a broken and chipped mug? I mooch on your couch.
And you are always welcome to it, as you know.
Yeah, you two can't say no.
That is true. And I think this is like in really stark contrast to Ishmael usually. He's being really frank with Camille.
Yeah.
Look, Camille. Yes, we can't say no to you. Yes, your fury, your rage, your wrath is known many suns over. Your power undeniable. I'm not disputing that. At times I fear it myself. But do you know what I'm actually more interested in?
Enlighten me.
Just fear.
I'm enjoying this conversation.
I'm interested in breaking the chains of generational trauma and violence. That's what I'm interested in.
All right. How are you going to do that from here?
Well,
your past trauma, my dude.
You say that. You see Ishmael say, you say that, but trust me, the pill has surprises.
Really?
Lifts up his arm.
You really got shafted.
I do, but the things you do for love, yes, that's what this is, love. I love your nibbling. I love Kiran very, very much. And because I do, I want your family to feel loved as well. I don't host you just because I'm afraid of you. I host you because you are Kiran's uncle. And you deserve a roof over your head and a place that is safe to sleep at night.
Where are you trying to go with this, kid?
I'm trying to say that I'm more than perhaps you thought I was. And that perhaps in whatever juncture of the future that exists after this for us, that you'd be open and amenable to it too. Perhaps.
I'd like you to roll. But I feel like this would be more of a stand up than show tenderness roll.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you a question before I roll. Okay. Would you rather I declare that I'm using my success now, or would you be okay with me rolling first and seeing what happens?
I think, and does it say in the rules you need to use your dramatic hold before rolling? I feel like
I'm looking at my notes. I personally don't think I haven't noted it, but I'm gonna go scroll up the rulebook really quick to just check.
To use a dramatic hold, the player decides to set aside a hold to succeed for later and take a failure at the time of the successful roll. When a player decides to use a dramatic hold later in game, it counts as a 10 plus for the purposes of that roll, and it gives you narrative control.
Okay, so GM's ruling, I guess.
I'm gonna say you need to declare it and use it.
Okay, I'm gonna declare and use my dramatic hold because I just gave a fucking great speech, and I'd like that to happen.
For the first time, you've met Camilla several times. Or you know what? Oh, yeah. You have narrative control. Is there anything you want out of the scene before I describe Camille?
I think Ishmael, I don't necessarily want, however you want to play Camille in this moment is up to you, because I know he's a particular type of person and I would like to see how this manifests for him.
Okay.
I think on Ishmael's side, this is like a completely different side of Ishmael that probably Camille is used to. Ishmael is so cunning and trepidatious around Camille, and I think it's even obvious to Camille himself that they're both playing this little game. He's not playing any games. Ishmael's tired. He's exhausted. The journey has taken its toll.
You look like crap.
He's impatient. Yeah, I look like crap. Like I've got twigs in my hair. This sucks. Okay, you have a keepsake. We keep doing this like silly little game, right? But I'm tired of it. I want to be real with you. And like, do you really want this? Do you want anything to do with the Asra and the Asra dynasty to just be pain and violence and anger and misery?
As you talk to Camille and you're very frank with him, you see a look you have never seen on his face. It's contemplation, actually. Actually listening to you. Usually they're stubborn, they disregard people's words. They don't care, you know? But they are actually listening to you and absorbing what you're saying. And maybe not taking it to heart, but putting value in it. And not just tossing it aside like he usually does with so many people and so many things and circumstances. And he drinks heavily from Kiran's mug and finishes it. Whatever was in it.
I was like, what are you drinking?
Like, he was drinking something. And he places it down directly in the middle of the table. Like, not near him, not near you, just neutral. I can't promise my sister will see it the same way.
I'm not pleading with your sister, I'm pleading with you.
We'll talk. Then he stands up, heads to the door.
Ishmael stands up as well.
Begins heading to the door, leaving the mug behind. And leaves Zeros. And when you see the door open, you see Fartown. The autumn of Fartown.
That's so mean. And I think Ishmael looks sadly at that brief glimpse of Fartown and sits down and picks up the mug and looks over at the chipped, well-loved mug and back out to Fartown.
The door
And even though
closes.
he's tired, even though he's tired and scared, maybe there's a new path ahead.
The door opens again. And you see Kiran. And we're going to take a very quick break as we
Quick break.
gear up for the gauntlet of hope and regret.
Yes.
All right,
Oh,
everybody.
God.
We'll be right back. We're going to take a super quick break. We'll be back soon. Bye. Hello, everybody. We have returned with the final portion of Follow Me Down, where we will enter the gauntlet of hope and regret, where we will find out if Ishmael and Kiran get out of the pale and go home, and if Ishmael's going to come back to life or not.
Or just come back as a ghost.
We last left off right before break. Ishmael talking with Kiran's Uncle Camille. And as Ishmael is looking longingly at the door of Zeros, where he just saw Saturine, Fartown, his home, the door opens and Kiran is there. They have entered. They look haggard and tired and distressed. They look like they have not slept in weeks. They look frustrated and frantic and angry. You've never seen them angry. Not like this. Frustrated, a little bit annoyed because they've had to deal with their uncle just showing up out of nowhere and they don't have enough food in the house to entertain him. But not fury. And they're looking around. Ishmael, you are on the second floor, looking down off the balcony.
I think Ishmael notices like how angry Kiran feels and the fury, and I think his first thought is like, oh, did something happen? Like, I don't see Electro here. Like, did something happen? Are we in trouble? Are we in danger? And he just like calls out to Kiran as he's like, I'm assuming there's some steps. And he like, as he's like descending the steps, he's like, Kiran? And then he like just rushes down. Is everything okay, Kiran? Can you see me?
You call out, and their head snaps in your direction. And that otherworldly quickness, not even, they're fast when they don't use magic, faster when they do. And you're bodied. And they pick you up and spin you around once before placing you back on the ground. And they are sobbing into your shoulder.
Ishmael just holds them like super tight, and Kiran feels the rough wooden hand like caressing their head.
I found you.
I found you. What are you doing here?
We're going home. I'm taking you home.
He looks at them and says, you don't just leave the Pale.
We're doing that. We're doing just that. And they pull back and look at you.
Is that to do with your deal with the Empress?
More like the spell I cast to get here. There's one last thing we need to do, and we just need to leave. You don't get to say no.
I'm not going to. It's just hard to believe.
I'll believe it. I almost fought a warden for you. And if it came down to it, I would have.
And he say sentences like that out of exaggeration, but I don't think I've ever believed you more.
And they cup your face and just pluck a twig out of your hair. So brush some crusted mud on your face.
I had no time to clean up.
We're gonna go home and we're gonna clean you up. And you're gonna be okay, and you're gonna be alive, and we're gonna stay home for a couple weeks.
You see Ishmael nods and says, I hope this mud doesn't come with me to my body. Or will my soul be muddy? That's worse. No, take me out of here. I don't want to think about it any longer.
And they take a step back and take your hand. And only then do they realize, as they take your right hand, they stare at it.
Yes, I had quite the journey while you were out on yours. Why do you look like that?
Look like what?
Like you're seeing a ghost or something.
I'm just... Well, because you are a ghost. And there's like a very weak laugh.
Yeah. Ishmael shakes his head, not like that.
Well, we can walk and talk at the same time. Okay?
He nods, turns back to Zeros. Always great to be a patron. And steps on out.
Kiran steps away and rummages through their pockets. As the two of you step outside the door of Zero's, where you two end up is not where either of you entered, which is very odd because when you leave Zero's, you come in where you entered, or at least in the same district. It is neither of those things. It's neither the Pale nor Saturnine or anywhere else.
What do you mean we're not in the Pale? Where are we?
And Kiran doesn't seem completely surprised, and they take out a familiar looking necklace held frozen in time before you fixed it with both portions of their pendant and yours. And they hold it out in front of them where it sways slightly.
That shouldn't exist.
Well, it does. We're going to use it to get home.
Ishmael nods, fishes through his pockets, and just has a bunch of stuff. A lot of them belonging to Kiran, and it's just like, mind telling me why all of this is here? And then he's like, oh, and pulls up the wedding ring.
They just hold out their hand for it.
And they place it there.
They also rummage through their pockets and hand you both your badge that you dropped somewhere along the way. Crumpled piece of paper that was melted away in the rain long, long ago, scribbled and crossed off many times with a confession. I'm going to keep this, if you don't mind.
Ishmael looks at that, immediately remembers it, and he's like, go ahead. I don't know if I could bear looking at it.
It was sweet, but I don't know why. I guess I just dropped stuff, or the Pale has just dramatic irony written all over it.
He nods and he looks at the badge of the order, and says, but I'll never see this again. Sphinx has a high bargain.
And as you're looking at Kiran, you notice that there is silver runes on the side of their face in angelic script that are in a familiar handwriting, and it fades away.
I think Ishmael sees that and is confused, and he reaches out and touches it. And I think Kiran would know that look of him studying something, but it's not as instinctual anymore, his knowledge. He'll need a reference. And he's in the Pale. There's no reference to be found.
No. We can recount our trials when we get home.
You clearly have much to tell me. Made a bargain with the Empress of the Pale herself. Feat unattempted in God knows when.
I gained some of your silver tongue coming down here. What can I say?
Trust me, my dear, I don't even think even that would have been enough.
Are you ready?
What am I to expect crossing this threshold?
I don't know.
We are escaping the Pale through bullshit now? Excellent.
And they hold out this necklace and pendant that shouldn't exist, and it sways. And it pulls in a direction, and Kiran begins to follow it. Outside the door of Zero's and into a pale gray mist. And we enter the gauntlet of hope and regret, everybody. So, for quick mechanical sense, all of those keepsakes and the harm we have taken come into play now. And depending on how many keepsakes we got and how many harm we took depends on what we talk about as we reminisce heading out of the underworld, the Pale. So, Val, would you like to start or would you like me to start?
Why don't you start? I'm still deciding between a few things. Please go ahead.
Okay. Oh god, I don't have anything in my head either.
Oh god, I thought you were ready.
I wasn't ready. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go. Tell me when to stop. I'm moving my mouse around on like the clickable PDF of the gate of the Sooth deck. Tell me when.
Okay.
Tell me where to go. Tell me when to stop. Oops. Okay. So.
Oh god, what did you pull?
You ready? You ready?
Yeah,
Unknowable
I'm ready.
truth.
The cards, no. The cards, no. Is all I will say on the matter. Please go ahead and destroy me.
As the two of you begin to walk, Kiran holding your hand and following this pendulum of this pendant that does not exist. The same similar pendant that's around your neck, but fixed and melded together, that is now a key to your office. And in this mist, memories begin to form. And you see it fading off into the distance. And you see a familiar looking gallery. And Kiran doesn't seem to notice it. Me finding you almost feels like when you found me at Inkblot. And the joy I felt seeing you again, even though I was so annoyed that you kept following me, is unparalleled.
I followed you to the ends of the suns.
Now, I'm actually following you into a sun. Without a visa.
I do not know if that is foolishly brave or bravely foolish. And Ishmael smiles, looking at Kiran, also partaking in this living in of a positive memory. And says, I am not the flower jasmine, I am the flower rose. I am not the flower jasmine, I am the flower rose. I am your lifelong admirer, not a friend sitting close.
And they look like they're about to say something, but their voice chokes and they can't get the words out.
Ishmael in turn wraps their arm around Kiran's shoulder and brings them close, because recognizing that path of emotional vulnerability. I actually really like the idea of the Sooth decks doing this. Would you mind pulling another one?
Oh god, hold on. Let me just open up the app. Stall.
You don't have to. I can also pull one out if you prefer.
Nope, I got it. We're almost there.
Okay.
We're going to the Path of Suns. All right, we're Gucci. Let's go.
All right.
Ooh, The Forgotten Prisoner.
Okay.
Would you like the meanings?
Yes, please.
Value of 5. Injustice, bad fortune, memory loss, something lost.
I think, something lost. Ishmael holds Kiran close. And because of everything that has happened, feels especially vulnerable. And says, I remember the moment that I fell off the clock tower.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly not a bad memory.
Well, I'm glad you didn't think it was.
He grips tighter around Kira's shoulder. It was just a little bit of bad luck. It's just a little over the edge. But you came back for me.
Only because of your fallback plan. You're so
You had
smart.
to remember to use it.
As if I would forget.
I trusted you.
Hold me
And you bring me
forever
back.
in every sun.
And here we are in another sun, and you hold me still.
I hope this is the last one, you know?
I hope so too.
Their expression grows grim, and they grow quiet. And I have pulled the conspirator. Upheaval, hidden agendas, and gossip. And memories begin to fill this empty white space around them again. And Kiran veers to the left a bit, following the pendant. You see a gilded house, beautiful, with art, stolen art on the walls and on the ground, and a beautiful tea set out for two. This wasn't on your mind. As you recognize this place and you recognize yourself sitting down with Amone Asra. I learned a lot while I was here. Why didn't you tell me you made a deal with my aunt? How long ago was this? She killed you.
I am aware.
Why did you lie to me? Lying by omission.
Ishmael.
Don't get technical.
Ishmael looks like a
They
kid
stop.
caught. Yeah.
They stop
a
and they
kid
turn
caught
to
with his hand
you.
in a jar. Yeah.
And they look at
like,
you.
Ishmael looks like a kid who's got his hand caught in the jar, cookie jar. And he just sighs. Because it was never going to end, Kiran.
We could have
Just like I told
her. I could have handled it.
Handled it how? By disappearing on me again? For God knows how long?
I would have told her to fuck off.
Like that answer would have done it.
It would have been better, and it would have worked better than you getting murdered.
And I think at this point, like all of the memories, negative memories flash involving the Asras that play behind Ishmael, as if like forming the momentum that brought him here. King 9, Avelia, Kiran being taken, being so close yet so far to Kiran, the 6 months of agony, the months, if not years, it took for them to finally feel secure enough so they could get married, so they could start a life. Still having Camille crash on the couch like a wolf haunting you in the amongst a campfire. The veiled visits from Amone Asra. And Ishmael just like while being foreshadowed by all of these memories, is just saying, was not going to stop Kiran. If you thought that you on your own could have just fixed it, you are lying to yourself. Tell me that I'm wrong. Look me in the eye and tell me honestly that you had a concrete plan for whatever devices that your aunt had, all of her machinations, for her rise to fill the vacuum that your father left.
We could have figured something out together. We are stronger together.
And Ishmael nods. You're right. And I realized that too late. And that memory, his negative memory is the moment of his death. And what plays now in this negative memory was his last thoughts of dying, that he couldn't protect Kiran, that he's going to burden Kiran, and that he's dying alone. He left Kiran out of this, Of course, his just punishment is that he faces alone too.
And like seeing that image play out, feeling that like guilt that they died alone, Kiran whispers, just barely hearable to you, "You left me alone."
I know. I'm sorry.
And they squeeze your hand.
He squeezes back. He says, we need to be more than what came before us. We need to be better. Together.
And they nod. And as the negative memories fade, Kiran keeps walking with the pendant, actually turning around, following the pendant and going back in the direction you both came. You only see white mist though, so who knows if it's actually behind you or not.
Take a quick U-turn and move left. Yeah.
Do you remember the time when I came home with a cat?
How could I forget? Our little companion.
They were dirty and gross, and the only thing you said was that they're getting the sheets and the throws. Disgusting.
They did, I believe. I was right.
I didn't see you complaining later, though, when they were purring on your lap.
I think Ishmael smiles as he remembers, and I'd like to think that this cat is a tortoiseshell.
Oh yeah, sassy
Or a
little
cat.
thing. It verbally sassed you.
And I think Ishmael smiles and says, it just reminded me of hope again. And I think branching out from that memory is the memory of when he received Kiran's letter of reply, the first sign of hope in 6 months of separation. And it was delivered on the collar of a little tortoiseshell cat that fucked off immediately. And Ishmael wanted to pet it so bad, but it fucked off.
It said no, because cats do what they want.
I learned that about cats and about you.
That we just fuck off when we want?
That you do what your heart wants. And no one can tell you otherwise.
But now I have to think about you. We work together.
We do. We make a pretty good team when we try.
And the memories fade again into the mist. And what you see is not actually a very happy memory for you. Don't look at me like that. What?
What is this terrible memory? I need
It's
to
not
know.
a terrible memory. At least not for Kiran. And you see this memory, and you're both in the Confederacy of Cloisters. And the two of you, it's a cold day, it's winter. It's not snowing, but it's brisk and snow is in the air. You can smell it coming. And you find yourself next to Kiran in front of two graves. And the two of you are looking down at Galal and Avelia Asada. And present Kiran stops and looks at this image of the two of you bundled up in winter coats and just stares at it. I was supposed to feel sad when this happened, but I felt relief when I didn't have to worry about them anymore. Hoping that they were somewhere with less problems and less complications. I feel a little guilty, but even though they're family and I didn't want this for them, I am kind of glad they were no longer a problem. I pulled the ghostly presence card.
I think Ishmael, like he was in his instinct whenever that like memory crops up with the conversation around their loss comes up. His instinct is always kind of like be at Kiran's side and be like, we don't have to linger on this, or we don't have to, like, if someone was bringing up King Nine in Saturday, he'd be like, we don't have to be here, or we don't have to stay here, we don't have to linger on this. And I think this time he just listens, but he like still stands there steadfast. And I think he looks to his left, and I think this is my last positive memory. I don't know if you have any more.
That was my last one.
Yeah. And Ishmael looks over, and this memory shines so brightly. Like the light from the Morning Star cocktail. And it is a beautiful, elegant, and stylish wedding. No expense was spared. The wedding guest list, curated. Only necessary family members were invited. The bare minimum. But surrounded by so many friends. Lillian, Eleanor, Alecto, Roshni. Heck, even Taryn made an appearance at one point.
And you can't say no to Emery.
Can never say no to Emery. Emery and absolutely not.
Did Yasser get an invitation? Kiran would have insisted.
At Kiran's insistence, yes. Because this wedding happened in the park close by Fartown, where their confession happened, would have happened, at Ishmael's insistence. And Kiran said, you can't have a wedding here in front of Yasa and be rude like that.
I think Kiran would have insisted that Yasser officiate.
And Ishmael will allow it. Alecto
He did very well.
He did very well. Ishmael would admit to himself very quietly, but not to anyone else. Alecto is standing at Ishmael's side as a best person. And Alecto would have probably have gifted Ishmael some sort of token or other. Perhaps a small dagger, like in a time when they were in shadow. Something like that. And Ishmael looks at Kiran and says, but there's hope ahead. Right?
It shines brightly.
It
Shines
wasn't
so
all bad.
brightly.
When Camille behaved himself.
Surprisingly.
I think I might have made progress with that one.
They're not that bad.
You know what? I think I finally believe that. So, before the new threshold is brought, my love, all the vows say till death do us part. Perhaps we need a redo.
Let's elope. Just you and me. Just the two of us.
Let's go to another sun. Somewhere nice.
I hear Silver's pretty nice.
That would be nice. See some of Atiael's old friends. Maybe some of mine.
There's a quick glance at your arm.
What burdens your mind?
I met another you while I was here.
And another Electo it might be, too. What was this other me like?
As I said to him, like he stepped out of a hot topic from Shadow.
There's an image.
But they were also missing their arm. They traded away the ability to summon angels.
Do not know if I should say great minds think alike or fools seldom differ in this circumstance.
You're here and that's all that matters, and we'll figure this out later. I'm just glad we're almost out. And I hope that
Kiran.
other Ishmael finds their kitten.
Ishmael for a moment glances back. I hope so too. But please, don't concern yourself with this. And he looks at his arm. No power in this or any sun even equates to being with you. I'd give up all of my goetic abilities if it meant that I wouldn't be separated from you.
And there's a slight smile as they lean forward and kiss your cheek. You ready?
Whenever you are.
And
Lead on.
there... Sorry, go ahead. What was that?
Lead on, Morningstar.
And for the audience, there are 3 separate endings that you can get when playing Follow Me Down, depending on how many positive and negative memories you have in this last gauntlet. And you'll find out what ending we have in just a moment. The white mist slowly begins to change as Kiran continues to walk forward. This pendant completely horizontal as it leads the two of you somewhere home. And the ground becomes tiled. You can see furniture barely visible in the distance, obscured by mist. And Kiran's walking ahead of you, not looking back, still holding onto your very real hand. And they walk forward and you see familiar curtains and familiar furniture. You see the kitchen table that they insisted you get to accent the bar stools that they think are tacky.
They're stylish, modern, and chic.
They lack character. And you walk past that down the hall of the Golden Serpent. I don't think it's called the Golden Serpent anymore. It's no longer gold. But anyway.
They haven't come up with a new name. It's still the Golden Coil, but
Golden
you know.
Coil. And they walk down familiar hallways. And the mist begins to clear as they step past that final threshold, letting go of your hand, and they step into your bedroom where you can see your body. They don't turn around. They stand there, waiting.
Ishmael goes, looks upon his dead self, and notices the silvering of his hair, and says, I wonder how we change now. And puts his hand through the chest where his wound is and steps into his own body.
What happens as you come back to life?
It feels like warm molasses and honey when he first steps in. It's trying to slowly make yourself fit in your body. His eyes snap open, and I think what has happened is that his hair is now is still silver, is salt and pepper. His arm is there's not a second severing. I think it just transforms magically. And I think as he emerges and gasps for air, the kurta that he's wearing that's already been buttoned down sat loose on him because death. The wound where his knife wound was scars up into the form of a geometric pattern, a tattoo of the mark of the Empress of the Pale, the first of its kind, one marked for their escape from Earth domain.
And as soon as you gasp, Kiran is moving, practically on top of you, knocking the wind out of you again.
Oh, please.
No. And this time it's tears of joy, relief, love. And I think the two of you just lay there for a very long time.
Definitely. For sure.
And we move into the final thing of Follow Me Down. The denouement. Do we even need this? I don't even think we need this.
I don't think we need it.
I don't think we need this. We could probably...
I think...
Unless you have anything else to add.
I mean, the denouement is just mainly there to kind of like talk about what happens to Orpheus and Eurydice in the ending and the tone of the game and what happened in the gauntlet. And I think maybe a singular thing for each of our characters of our trajectories from here on out, maybe.
You can go first this time since you made me go first for the gauntlet.
That's fair. Ishmael is still the master of Empyrean pacts. Yes, he cannot call them, he cannot summon them, but by God does he know them. He's an excellent teacher. But the way that he figures out a new path for his summoning is through attachments to the denizens of the blue sun, of dreams, of thoughts, to make manifest all of his hopes and dreams, of Kiran's hopes and dreams, and also reassuring Kiran that he will never walk the path of King Nine.
And I think more of this epilogue for Kiran, ever since coming back, ever since going through the trials of the Pale and finding you and just reliving memories as you came back to Indigo. That anger you saw on their face when they burst into zeros doesn't immediately leave, and it doesn't seem like it has disappeared. The knowledge that you made a pact, an agreement, a deal with their aunt, and that resulted in your death gnaws at them. And you also see a little bit of, you have no idea why, guilt. But while you teach students, incoming goetics, those of lesser degree, and anyone interested in joining the Order of Initiates, they make visits to their aunt, whether you like it or not. You're not sure what exactly happens, but she doesn't bug you again.
Yeah. I think they're happy Oh, we should probably answer one question for the audience. Do we think other Kiran and Ishmael made it?
Do you want me to pull a card?
Sure, if you have it.
I still have it up. Okay. I got a card. The card
Yeah?
I pulled was Questing Night. They did. They did it.
The only motherfuckers who could escape the pale in this or any reality through the sheer power of queer love and audacity is Ishmael and Kiran in every iteration. Yes, I love this.
Good. And I think that ends Follow Me Down.
That it ends. Oh, that was great.
Would you like to do outros and say, hey, who are you? Where we can find you while I look for a place to raid? I was also told to remind you, don't forget about your game.
Yes, I will remember to actually say it this time. Hello, everyone. I'm Valiant Dorian. I use him his pronouns. I'm a TTRPG performer, GM, a writer, designer, and Twitch variety streamer. Thank you all so much for being here and joining us for this game of Hold Me Forever in Every Sun. It is truly a love letter to our characters from The Soul's Confidant. You can find me all around the internet at Valiant Dorian or at Also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure hunt I just sent you on. And follow me if you are especially interested in my upcoming game, The Beast Within, where you play individuals who can shift into werebeasts and unleash your wrath. It will be coming up on crowdfunder soon. So if you want to keep up to date on a cool game like that, all the cool stuff you could pledge on, you should keep an eye on my Twitter, because there might be a nifty announcement coming out in the next couple of days on when that will be happening. But yeah. Yeah, and I played Ishmael Kadir, who used he, Ishmael Kadir, Ishmael Asra, and also the Faiths, and they use he, they pronouns. And it's been a great journey. I'm glad they got through this. I would have been very sad if we didn't get through this. I would have been heartbroken. It would have been really good. But damn, it would have been sad. Anyway, Mare, back to you.
Hi, I'm Mare. You can find me on Twitter at ArchmageDice, and I played Kiran, the fool who would fight the equivalent of a god in this setting. Gosh, you can find me here every Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern playing my Soul Knife Rogue, Centaur Rogue Acacia. The channel has 2 more one-shots coming up, both this Sunday and the next Sunday, continuing raising money for Project Hope. I also have a game coming up premiering on Thursday, February 16th, of a game of Invisible Sun called Fraying Threads with the amazing cast. They just got announced. Oh, God. I think that's it. Please go check out the rest of the games. We have a lot of awesome games coming up, raising money for a really, really good cause. And, oh, God, this was super good. Also, thank you once again to Joey Martin for making this game of Follow Me Down.
Gorgeous game.
It's great. I will say this was meant for a one-shot, but not for one-shots with heavy role players.
No, absolutely not. Not for us.
but please go check them out. What we are going to do is we're going to go raid Erica. Please, Val's cast me on Transplanar RPG. Oh no! Stella! No!
Stella, we're about to raid and leave, Stella!
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi everybody that's coming in from Stella Luna. We literally were about to go raid Erica of Transplanar RPG.
We're so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
The gays win. Gays win. That's all you need to know before we leave.
Really
the gays won.
And it was heartbreaking.
It was heartbreaking. The gays won. Watch the VOD.
Anyway, thank you for showing up. The VODs were great. I hope y'all had a great D&D game. You were... Okay, we're gonna get going. Everybody stick around for the raid. Good night.
Bye.